Ready? Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this wonderful April 28th day. And today is also Election Day. For those that are not aware and haven't been following the news the last couple months, there is a federal election that is happening today. The polls are open till later tonight, I think 7:30, 8 o'clock. If you're a registered voter, you would have received a card in the mail to let you know where to go vote. And I'd just like to urge everyone to actually take that card and that opportunity to vote. Many people in this world do not have the right or the privilege to vote. We're one of the lucky nations that do. So please exercise that vote. It doesn't matter who you vote for, just as long as you look at some of the policies set up and vote for somebody that you believe in or something that aligns to your core values, and then vote that way. And after the election, we all move forward for the next 4 years, or 2, or whatever, however long it takes for the next election. But we're here to support our government and we're support our country. So definitely take the opportunity to head to the polls and vote before the polls close tonight. Members of council, there's an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor, if I can motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council adopt the April 20, oh, sorry, is this the agenda correct? The April 28th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you. Administration, has anything been added to the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to be added.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. So moving on with the agenda, number 3 is the public input session. So this is the time that we let residents and stakeholders address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to number 4 of our agenda, which is the presentations and delegations. And today we have one presentation, and it is the annual audit review, and our auditor is with us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. This evening we welcome Phil Dirks to our chambers as our appointed auditor, Metrics Group. This evening he will present the financial statements and the results of the audit as found in business item 9.1. Please take the opportunity to ask any questions you may have on the presentation, as well as the attachments in agenda item 9.1, the audited financial statements, as well as the audit findings report. We'll now turn it over to Phil for his presentation.
Thank you, Terry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, administration. Glad to be with you on this beautiful spring day to talk about auditing and the town's financial statements. So I think I recognize everybody, so I don't know if I need to really introduce myself, but for everybody else here, I'm Phil Dirks. I'm a partner with Metrics Group, and we're the town's external auditors. So I will just give you a brief overview of how things went, talk about a few of the numbers, and if you have questions, by all means, feel free to ask me anything. I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. So just to start at the beginning here. Again, I may sound like a bit of a broken record if you remember last year, but audit went very well. So, you know, that's always a good thing. So, you know, town does a great job looking after their accounting records, and town's still in good financial position. But thanks to Terry, Faith, Erica, and anybody else that we maybe missed there, job well done. You know, from our standpoint, what makes things successful and less irritating for everybody, you know, when we're asked for information or asked questions, we get prompt responses and we get the right responses. We don't, you know, get the runaround basically. So that's not the case here. Everybody's, you know, basically, to sound very selfish, makes it a priority. So that makes it better for everybody involved. So again, things went good, things went well. So we'll go into the financial statements in a minute here. I don't have your agenda package, so if you're asking,
Excuse me, may I just interrupt, Mr. Dirks? If you could just advance the slides on the presentation laptop on the left.
Yep.
So that everyone watching can follow through.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so included in your financial statements would be our auditor's report. So the town hires our firm to conduct an audit. At the end of the day, when we finished our work and completed the audit in accordance with Canadian auditing standards, we provide an auditor's report on the financial statements. So I won't read that all to you, but in the top of that report, there's an opinion paragraph that states the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards that municipalities, levels of government, school boards, those types of organizations use in doing their financial reporting. We prepare the financial statements, but that doesn't relieve management of them being their responsibility and also having responsibility for internal controls. Our responsibilities, if you boil it right down to what are we doing, our job is to provide an audit report on the financial statements, and that involves obtaining reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So we did provide you with an audit plan back in winter sometime that discussed some of those concepts in more detail. So I'll leave it at that, but if you want me to talk about it further, I certainly can. So, clean opinion on the financial statements. Audit went well. We'll take a quick look at some of the numbers here. Hopefully I'll give you some of the highlights and let you know a little bit about what we do. So we're looking at the statement of net debt. So the town had, at the top of the page there, top half of the page, you can see $40 million of, and these are in thousands, so I just felt it was a little easier to look at with less numbers on there. So anyway, total financial assets were just over $40 million at the end of December. So these are things that are either cash or going to be cash within the next year or so. So you can see there, cash to start off, receivables, investments, those types of things. So there was one new item included in financial assets this year. That's the loan to the Meridian Housing Foundation. So that was $1.2 million. But as far as other things, as from our standpoint, receivables are always a key area. We want to make sure that the town's going to receive these items. So things that are included in receivables, some of the highlights this year, the bigger items, well, I'll maybe start backwards, but taxes and utilities, those were just over $1 million each, pretty standard items for municipalities. And beyond that, there's some grant funds, about $3.5 million. So, from our standpoint, what we're worried about is collectability. And thankfully, with, most of the municipalities, receivables are usually not too terribly risky. So the town did not have an allowance for doubtful accounts. So everybody's paying their bills on, a reasonably timely basis. So that's what we're really concerned in that area. So receivables are no issues. Investments, town has $18 million of investments. You can find the details in the notes, financial statement note 4. These are bonds, just over $11 million. And also some principal protected notes. Those were almost $7 million at the end of 2024. So just as an aside, the bonds are recorded at what you paid for them, generally speaking, and those principal protected notes are recorded at what they're worth. So there is a little bit of fluctuation from year to year on that adjustment. So total financial assets were, like I said, just over $40 million. As far as liabilities that the town had at the end of the year, you can see at the second line from the bottom, there's just about $50 million of liabilities. So a couple of comments on some of these items. Payables, $10 million. There's quite a bit of an increase there from last year, but it really has to do mostly with the timing of when bills get paid. There could have been some capital activity going on at the end of the year from one year to the next. One of the bigger items included in there is the fourth quarter RCMP payment, so that was about $1 million both years. But, from our standpoint, we're concerned about completeness, making sure that there was a good cutoff and all the bills from 2024 are included. And there's nothing unusual in the town's accounts payables, for a municipality. Deferred revenue, town has $7.9 million of deferred revenue. These are primarily grants that the town has received but hasn't spent yet. So, you may receive, for instance, the local government fiscal framework money this year, $1.9 million. You have identified, maybe projects that are less than $1.9 million. So the remainder stays in deferred revenue until the time when the related project costs are incurred. Other than that, there's some, if you remember last year, I won't say too much about it, but asset retirement obligations, third line from the bottom there. There was a new accounting standard last year for these potential legal liabilities to remediate. In this case, it's asbestos, buildings with asbestos. So the town did record a liability of about $800,000 to make an estimate of that amount. And then by far and away, the largest liability the town has is its long-term debt. So that's, most of that debt's with the province debentures. There are also a couple of term loans. This year, as I'm sure you're aware, there was a new loan to fund the loan to the Meridian Foundation. So that was about $1.3 million. So anyways, pretty standard items in that area. We confirm those with the lenders, and away we go. So total net debt at the end of the year for the town, that's the financial assets less the liabilities at the bottom, is $9.6 million. So what that represents is funding or revenue that's going to have to come from future revenue sources to fund that. But, it's a little misleading in that the debt is not all required to be paid back next year, right? So you kind of have to do a little bit of math there. But if you took the debt out of that calculation, the town would be in a positive position of about $20 million. So it's not a reason to be concerned that that's a negative number. That's really what my point was. As far as just backing up a little here on the debt, so the town is required to report its debt limits in accordance with the Municipal Government Act in the financial statements. And you can see here, this comes from note 17 in the financial statements. Third line from the top, the debt limit available to the town was just over $52 million. So the point here is you're well within your debt limits. There's no concerns there. The first line is revenue driven, so it's 1.5 times the town's revenue, generally speaking. So that's why it's a little bit higher this year, but no issues as far as being on side with the Municipal Government Act and your debt. So we talked about net financial assets and liabilities and net debt. Now we're moving on to assets that are non-financial assets. So primarily capital assets, towns, roads, sewers, water systems, all that good stuff. So last year, actually, if you looked at the notes to the financial statements, about $160 million of the $270 million is infrastructure, roads, sewer, water, those types of things. So that's the lion's share of those assets are included in that engineered structures. And if we look at the activity this year, sorry if that's a little bit tiny, but on the left, just some of the highlights of the additions that the town did this year. There was $16.4 million of assets added to the asset accounts. So you can see there which I won't read them all, but the bigger ones were. And I would say I've enjoyed using the Spruce Grove to Stony Plain Trail. So good work on that, anyways. So those are the main assets. You can also see on the left-hand side there in the addition column or the cost column at the third line from the bottom, there's something called contributed. So the town does receive usually every year some assets from developers. They turn those developments over to the town, and the town records assets at the estimated fair value of the infrastructure that got turned over once the final certificates have been completed. So that's what that's about. On the far side there, you can just see how the grants, various grants were used to fund capital activity. So you funded, roughly half of those asset additions with various grants last year. And so that's, one of the things that when we're doing the audit, we're always concerned about matching up these grants with the projects that were undertaken to make sure they match up and that costs were incurred. So again, overall, the town has $270 million of capital assets, and that's the unamortized cost of those assets, not necessarily what they would be worth if you tried to sell them. So non-financial assets were $270 million. So just to round out the statement of financial position, town's accumulated surplus, which is the total of the net debt and all those non-financial assets, is $261 million at the bottom of the page there. And you can see here that, the net worth or accumulated surplus is split out into various categories, maybe just starting at the close to the bottom, as with the cases for pretty much every municipality that I know of. The town's surplus includes equity and tangible capital assets. So just like your house is an asset and included in your net worth, same thing here. All those hard assets are part of the town's accumulated surplus or net worth, $242 million. Then the town has also set aside restricted funds for operating and capital purposes. So, around $20 million for future projects and so on. And then there's some unrestricted surplus of about $721,000, which is available to, meet the day-to-day operating requirements and paying bills and so on. So overall, still in good shape there with the accumulated surplus. Oh, and at the bottom here, that was where I was talking earlier about the change in the fair market value of the principal protected notes. You can see there that actually went down a little bit during 2024, just as an aside. So, just moving on to the statement of operations. So we'll look here at operating revenue and expenses. So you can see here we've got 2024 budget and actual and last year's numbers, 2023 actual. Total revenue this year, operating revenue was $54 million at the bottom of the page in the middle column. And the budget was just over $50.6 million. So a couple things to note here. That was about a $3.6 million difference. So where do we have differences here? You can see taxes were very close to budget. Sales and user charges, I'm pretty sure you'll remember, I've told you this before, but the Trans-Elster Tri-Leisure Center is consolidated into the town's books. So under sales and user charges, there is about $1.8 million of your share, town share of the leisure center. So that's not included in the town's budget. So that's, there was also some land sales that were a little bit more than budget, about $360,000. So the combination of those two is roughly the difference there. Other than that, other significant differences, really, if you really want to, really just the investment income, you can see there, interest, that would be. Fourth line from the bottom, $994,000 of actual. And the budget was fairly conservative at $309,000, so about a $700,000 difference there. So if you just go on down to the bottom of the page then and you look at the total difference, most of it's the Tri-Leisure Center, roughly $2 million, some land sales, and then interest on the, that was about $685,000. So those three things are really the main reasons why the actual is, or the budget, sorry, the actual is greater than the budget. Just moving on down to expenses then. Gets a little, there we go. So in the middle of the page again, you can see there total actual expenses were $55.6 million. And the budget was just over 55. So, from first blush, it looks like you're right on the budget. But if we just kind of go through a couple of things there, actual budget again, if you start at the top of the page there, again, the leisure center and the recreation, that was about $2.2 million that is in the actual numbers, but not in the budget. Utilities, there wasn't anything there that was, really significant. It was kind of just across a few areas. Transportation, let's see here, just gotta look at my notes. Oops. Oh, that was primarily amortization was a little bit more than budget, and power. So that was added up to about $500,000. General government, you can see, is a little less than budget. That was primarily the ERP project did not get as far along as you anticipated. Protective services, again, a little bit under budget. That was primarily, sorry, my RCMP costs were a little bit under, about $450,000 less than budget. And under development, there was the grant program for the Housing Accelerator project. So that was actually about $675,000 less than you had planned on. There's also the same difference in the grant revenues in the earlier that I was referring to. So, if you look at the very bottom again, it's very close to budget, but there's a few things that go one way and a few things that go the other way. But those are the highlights during the year. So, when we're doing our audit work, just again, there's a lot of transactions at the town's books, so we have to look at the controls over, authorization and payment processing and coding and all those good things to make sure that those are being recorded properly. Ideally, whenever we can prove a number 100%, we prefer that, but that's not possible in a larger organization, so we would use a combination of those types of work. So if I just back up here again, just to summarize things, you can see that we had operating revenue of $54.3 million. Then we had operating expenses of 55.6. So the total between those two here at the top of the page was the annual operating deficit was just over $1 million. So very close to, basically breaking even there. The budget was 4.6 million. So, you ended up being a little bit better than budget for all those reasons that I just itemized earlier. So I won't beat that to death again, but that's primarily why there's a difference there. The town also has other revenue sources. Just a couple comments on that. So contributed tangible capital assets I mentioned earlier at 4.2 million. That's how that gets into the asset accounts. The town also records revenue. So it's like a donation, basically. Government transfers for tangible capital assets, 8.2 million. That's the various grants that you use to fund various capital projects that I had laid out on that other slide previously, and a few other sources. For total other revenue of 12,873,000, leaving an annual surplus for accounting purposes of 11.5 million at the end of the year. Honestly, the annual surplus isn't that meaningful because you have all these capital funds in here that don't have any expenses. So from our standpoint, up here, annual deficit is probably the most important line. But it looks like, just looking at that straight up, well, we didn't bring in enough revenue to cover our expenses. So as you know, the town has amortizing its capital assets. So just down at the bottom here, carrying on in the blue, if you add back the amortization the town had during the year of 8.4 million, then you'd actually see the town did definitely brought in enough funds to cover its expenses. And you end up with basically the same difference to budget of about $3.64 million there for the same reasons. So overall, pretty good results, I'd say. So as far as that's really all I had to say about the financial statements. There wasn't any new accounting policies, pronouncements by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board this year that caused any type of significant impact like the asset retirement obligations would have last year. So pretty standard year. As far as the audit findings report goes, so we are required to report back to council regarding various items under the auditing standards. So this is just a summary of the key items there. We didn't find any significant control deficiencies, so you might wonder, well, what is that? If a control wasn't functioning in a manner that it prevented and detected misstatements on a timely basis, then that could be an issue. That's what we'd be referring to there. As far as anything unusual in the accounting policies, estimates, those types of things, nothing unusual. Very standard types of items for a municipality. There's a couple places there where the town's made some significant estimates under amortization of 8.4 million. So that's just, when you buy an asset, you estimate how long it's going to be of use to the town, and the town amortizes it over that term. So that's an educated guess. Asset retirement obligations, like I mentioned earlier, there's some reports there that go into that when you're going to have to remediate these buildings primarily that were built before 1990. So there's some, subjectivity to those numbers. We did not have any significant unadjusted differences during the audit. So, it could be that there could be some disagreements that we may have with management about how they recorded something or something to that effect. And we may agree to disagree on things, but there was nothing significant at all as far as that goes. And on that note, we didn't have any significant difficulties during the audit. Well, we didn't have any difficulties, significant or otherwise. auditing standards require us to report back on significant difficulties, but again, no issues there as far as, full cooperation from everybody, and really appreciate that. So we did issue a management letter to management to just a few things to consider. Again, nothing serious, more of an, some observations that we made during our work. So again, nothing to worry about there. So that brings me to the end. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your presentation, and definitely like hearing the fact that you said that the town is in good financial condition. Obviously, as an auditor, you do quite a few of these, and to have that coming from an auditor is, makes myself as a member of council and also as a resident reassured that our staff and council are doing what needs to be done to make sure that we are in sound financial footing in our community. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? And as mentioned earlier by the general manager, so anything that was presented here by Mr. Dirks and everything that we have read from business items 9.1 is open for questions of clarity and understanding. Okay. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Dirks, for the presentation. Always appreciate when you come by, and you're very thorough, and you give us a great explanation. I do have a question spurring from the comments in regards to how the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre is reported in the town's financial statements. And I bring this forward because I do sit as the town's representative currently on the TLC Board of Directors. As you went through your presentation, and you can correct me if my numbers are wrong because I was just trying to write them down through your verbal, you'd mentioned that the revenue equated from the Tri-Leisure statements to the town of Stony Plain was an additional $1.8 million. And that the expenses were $2.2 million. The Tri-Leisure Centre ended with a surplus of $488,685. So I'm curious how the reporting back to the town of Stony Plain and how it balances to the town of Stony Plain actually would show essentially a $400,000 loss in our portion of the revenues over expenses.
That's a good question. Just looking at the note to the financial statements, on note 19, that talks about the financial statements of the leisure center.
And for reference, that's on page 396.
Yeah, at first blush, that doesn't look like it makes sense. Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And again, if able, if you could provide us just a little bit of an explanation, again, in regards to that reporting and how that actually contributes to what we see in relation to the town's surplus and management, because the TLC surplus, again, currently resides in the accounts of the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre. That surplus doesn't get distributed back to the municipalities. And so I'm just, again, in the reporting aspect, just trying to understand where it's all showing and whether, if we're believing we have a surplus at a certain amount, if a portion of that actually doesn't necessarily reside in the town's accounts, if it's residing in the TLC's accounts.
Yeah, well, and just one more thing there, Councillor Laurie, that's a good question. And just to back up, I'm very confident that there's not a mistake. I just need to look in the file and see why those two numbers don't seem to jive. As far as the way that's recorded, so whenever there's joint control over an organization, then generally speaking, the organizations that control, like in this case, the Tri-Leisure Centre, the town records its share of all of the assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses. So that's how it gets recorded. But the money doesn't necessarily, go between the two. It's just you're recording your share of those assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses. So I always think, what if we had the town of Stony Plain? And you might wonder, well, why do we do this? So let's say we had the town of Stony Plain's operations here, and you had 20 different organizations for every function in your budget. Admin, protective services, all that stuff was in the same kind of organization that the leisure center was. Well, then the town of Stony Plain's books wouldn't show anything if you didn't proportionally consolidate these things. So that's the reasoning behind it. It does honestly kind of muddy the waters, but I don't make the rules. So we just have to follow them. So that's the background behind it.
Yeah, and then again, as a follow-up, so for example, on that same page it was referenced, the TLC is currently showing an accumulated surplus of $2.8 million, and it's saying the town's financial statements include a share of operations at 26.1%. So theoretically, we are reporting 26.1% of that accumulated surplus of $2.8 million theoretically belongs to the town.
Yeah,
However, the reality is the town does not have access to that.
that's correct. Well, not direct access, that's for sure. So, I mean, I would think if the leisure center was wound up and you had sold off all the assets in the building and there was cash, then they would fork it over at some point, right? But it's probably never going to happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hanson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question arising out of Councillor Laurie's question and comment. I'm just wondering, quite some time ago, the decision was made by the 3 municipalities that formed the Part 9 company of TLC that the TLC would not hold its own reserves, that it was better for the municipalities to hold those reserves. So what does the TLC do, Mr. Mayor, with the surpluses? Do they get put into a reserve? Do they remain in their operating account? Do they get posted back with the municipalities to hold their share? Could that be please explained?
Yes, so thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that question. There was some conversation a while back regarding that. It was better for the municipality to hold the reserves or the organization. So at that point in time, we actually left it with the TLC. So very similar to the library board and other commissions that we do have, those reserves are held within the own entity. So that's why it's not listed on our books as a asset.
So they're holding them in what, a reserve?
In reserve, so they're similar to us. They'll have a non-restricted reserve or operating reserve, and then a capital reserve, just like we do.
Okay, so if they have needs that arise, then I would assume they're using those monies toward the needs, and only if they go above that, they would then come back and ask the municipalities for assistance, correct?
That is right. It's very similar to the presentation that they had earlier, where they presented their budget to us, where they said, this is how much we need, this is how much we're taking out of our reserves, and then they're asking for the difference.
Thank you. I'm sure the public tuning in may not be aware of those things, so thank you.
Yes, and in terms of the revenue and expenses for the TLC, it's very, very similar. So when they do the presentation, they present that their estimated revenue is, for example, $1.8 million. The estimated expenses is 2.2. So that's why there is that municipal portion that goes into it. And then if we're not tracking the reserves, it might be just left on their books and not put back to the town starting plan because we didn't give them less money. We still gave them whatever the difference was in terms of our books when they asked for the difference. We didn't ask for that money back and add it to our revenue. So that's why I believe that there's that difference there. But our auditor will follow those numbers down and let us know.
Actually, if I could just go back to Councillor Laurie's question. I was remiss. I had picked the wrong number off the file here. So the actual expenses were about 1.74 million. So, if you take that off of 1.867, or it's very close to a third or 26% of the total. So that makes more sense.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? Okay. See, now I'll go back to an earlier point that you raised, and in terms of principal protected assets. I think you mentioned that because that was not part of our accounting before, but it has been added to now. And you mentioned that was $72,000. Can you explain a little bit more to us as members of council, and then definitely for our residents as well, because that's unrealized remeasurement gains and losses. So when somebody reads that, what is unrealized?
Here,
and then remeasurement. So why are we remeasuring something that shouldn't we know what our interest rate is?
Oh, well, actually, on principal protected note, you don't know, I don't think, with certainty. So they call these derivative assets. So it would be the difference between, let's say, last December, let's just say the cost was $10 and the fair market value was 20. So you had an uptick of $20 or $10,000. So then maybe this December, the difference between those two numbers is now nothing. Let's say cost equals the market value. So now you actually have an expense or an unrealized loss. So that's all that's measuring. It's really not even, you know, it could change the next day after December 31st, right? It's just the market value, difference between the market value and the cost between the 2 years.
Okay,
It has nothing to do with your return.
okay. So that's,
You'll still get the return. It's just an accounting number, that's all. And again, unfortunately, I don't make the rules. There's people out there that believe that this is a better way to do things than, you know, just recording those items at cost. So what you end up with is this. And that is a lot of times meaningless, because until you sell it, it doesn't matter.
thank you, and that's, I guess, similar to what I've heard about reading the news is the taxes on unrealized capital gains, and it goes up each and every year based on what the markets is, and how do you tax that?
Yeah,
I think this is
well,
what you're saying. Last year, because the markets were good, it was up 35,000. Now it's down to 72, right?
yes. So again, if it's unrealized, nobody's paying taxes. I think you'd have an uproar if you had taxes on unrealized gains, but maybe we'll get there after tonight. Who knows?
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any other questions, comments from members of council? No. Okay, thank you for the presentation, and definitely appreciate the work that Matrix has done in terms of being the third-party auditor of our community. And in terms of good governance, members of council, we had the opportunity to go in camera with the auditor. We did that last year. Do we feel need that we need to go again this year? So, okay, so it is good practice to go in camera with an auditor. So I'll ask that motion from Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that we move in camera with the auditor present.
Okay, thank you. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. If I can just get a couple minutes for everybody to clear the room, besides, except for the auditor and ourselves, please. Okay, welcome back to Chambers. So in closed session, there was only a few questions asked for clear understanding to the auditor, and then one motion was made in closed session, and that was made by Councillor Laurie to come out of closed session, and that was carried 7-0. So on behalf of council, thank you for your work as the auditor. I'm glad to hear that the town has enough financial and fiscal responsibilities and policies in place to ensure that we have the operations are running smoothly, and we reduce the amount of the ability of fraud and everything else, and anything else that may happen within our community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And please welcome to stay. We're dealing with this item later on in 9.1 if you want to stay. No? All right, council, moving on with our agenda number 5, which is the statutory no, actually don't have that. Yes, we do. It is the statutory public hearing, and that is for land use bylaw update for 2025. If council remembers, we did first reading, kind of asked a few questions for the understanding, and now for the presentation and the public hearing. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening. We're pleased to present Land Use Bylaw Update 2025, which is Bylaw 2719 LUO 25, for public hearing this evening. The Land Use Bylaw in particular falls within the land development segment of the planning framework within the town of Stony Plain. It regulates the uses of land, where buildings are located, and also has provisions for the subdivision of lots. So the land use bylaw update has really become an ingrained yearly process for the town. An administrative update was performed in 21. Later, cannabis legislation coming from the province prompted another amendment to the land use bylaw, also in 21. In 22, the housing strategy caused some implementation items as well as general administrative updates. And yearly since then, we've cemented an annual update process. This annual process allows us to ensure best practices are continually being applied to the land use bylaw. It allows us to monitor trends within the industry and respond to those trends accordingly. Additionally, it also provides us the opportunity to review discretionary approvals or variances and look for opportunities to make adjustments or minor corrections where needed. And additionally, we will also typically perform mapping updates just to ensure that all line work is correct. So I'll provide a quick flyover of the changes that are proposed, and then we will further drill down into each of these to provide a little more context. There was a terminology change with respect to accessory dwelling in this year's update. Provisions were added to address any contingencies that might be needed with respect to stoppage of mail delivery. Clarification has been provided with respect to whether policies can be referenced within the land use bylaw. The R6 district and the R1 had some minor adjustments on setback requirements and ensuring that there was alignment between single residential districts. Zero lot line development has been proposed to have a shift to a percentage-based approval framework, and there were also minor tweaks to the survey provision timing. Similar groups of definitions have been grouped and thematically presented accordingly to provide further ease of reading the land use bylaw. Clarification was provided for major home occupations on how many could actually be taking place on a lot. Similar to the definitions section, general regulations have been reordered and grouped categorically. There have been targeted changes to the minimum parking requirements. There has been also clarification that on a certain driveway or a certain frontage, multiple accesses can be allowed. And as I mentioned before, some minor mapping corrections, no redistricting. Consultation was provided on initial concepts and ideas through a report format to BUILD, which is formerly the Urban Developers Institute and the Canadian Home Builders Association. That report was also provided to PAC, which is our Planning Advisory Committee. They both had the opportunity to provide comments, Further, after first reading, the complete draft of the land use bylaw was circulated to both of these groups to provide comments. So to get into a little bit more detail about some of these changes, there has been a terminology change from secondary suite to accessory dwelling proposed. This allows for an additional dwelling unit to be developed within the Old Town Community Plan area only. And though another dwelling unit may be provided, parking, coverage, and landscaping regulations all remain in effect. So essentially, the lot would have to have sufficient space in order to allow for another dwelling unit. The change from secondary to accessory, meaning that there could potentially be up to 3, so the term secondary could cause some confusion. Website notifications have been proposed to be allowed to be leveraged during any mail delivery stoppages. We saw during the Canada Post strike that this did cause some complications, so this has been reflected in this year's change. There has also been a clarification that a policy could be referenced by a development officer in making decisions on development permit applications. There was a standardization provided within the R1 district to align the site coverage regulations from 40% to 50%, which aligns it with the R2 district. We see that this may have potential to limit variances which are being approved with little or no contention at all. The R6 district had an omission on setback regulations. This was simply just an error that has been noticed and rectified. Zero lot line development, traditionally, or for the town in the past couple of years, since being implemented, has been approved through a figure within the land use bylaw. The proposal is to strike this figure and move to a percentage-based approach, which would be handled through the subdivision planning stages. So no more than 20% zero lot line development would be allowed within a neighborhood, and additionally, no more than 50% of any individual stage as that neighborhood builds out would be allowed to be zero lot line development. There has also been a minor adjustment to when surveys would be provided. It is proposed that the surveys should be provided after the foundation stage, before the framing stage, for a quality assurance check. Moving on to the definitions. As I mentioned, updates have been provided to consolidate several definitions, which allows us to perform better customer service and ensure more clarity for applicants when they're applying, an ease of use for them to understand which use their business or any use that they're proposing might be. Additionally, the section has been reorganized and categorized so that, again, there's just improved usability. When someone wants to understand what commercial uses are allowed in the town, they can navigate to that category and review those uses. There was a lack of clarity within the land use bylaw to make it explicitly clear how many home occupations could be permitted on a lot. We are explicitly, proposing to clarify in this update that only one major home occupation is allowed. This ensures that, within our residential areas, we are protecting the use and enjoyment of that residential character for neighbors. And similar to the definition section, the general regulations section has been reorganized and categorized thematically. This, again, just improves the usability of the bylaw. Throughout the years, as more general regulations were required, they are just being added to the end of the list, but categorizing them thematically allows for ease of use. In '24, a parking study was performed, which proposed some different changes to, or potential changes to, the land use bylaw's parking requirements. So, in alignment with that, some changes have been proposed, in a specific manner to reduce the minimum amount of parking, primarily for multi-unit residential properties, and additionally, clarification has been provided for affordable housing developments. Driveway accesses have also been proposed to be amended. So we've come into some certain situations where very large lots are being developed, primarily in the industrial area in town, where perhaps more than one access is desired, and given the size of the frontage, it would be reasonable to do so. However, given the current regulations under the land use bylaw, this would require a variance, and we don't believe that would be necessary. So So advertisement for this public hearing was performed on April 11th. April 28th today is the public hearing. Following the public hearing, the bylaw could be reviewed for second and third reading and ultimately a decision by council. I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Administration. Members of Council, looking for questions of clarity and understanding. And
Through your worship, if I may, we should open the public hearing and go through the procedures.
oh, yes, right.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you, Administration, for reminding me of that. This is where we had the presentation for Administration. So members of Council and those that are with us in the gallery and those that are watching, so this is the public hearing to deal with Bylaw 2719/LUO/25 for land use bylaw update, and this is done yearly. Again, this is done in accordance with the MGA of Section 216.4 and 691.1. And that is, so gives everybody the opportunity to speak into a land use change. How the procedure works is that I will call it to order, as I've already done. Then the applicant gets to make the presentation, so which is our staff. After that, then council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. After that, then all those that are in favor of the proposal get to speak, and then council also gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then after that, then all those that are not in favor of the proposed changes have the opportunity to speak, and then council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. And after that, then all those that want to make a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw has the opportunity to speak, and council gets the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. When that is done, the applicant may again then summarize and make final presentations if they like. And then again, the council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. And once that is done, I'll verify that we've followed the rules of the MGA to have a public hearing, and then the public hearing will be closed, and we'll deal with the rest of the things in business items bylaws on 8.1 later on our agenda. Thank you, Administration. And since we have the presentation, I'm not going to ask Administration to do it again. So we're going to say that, Administration, you have the opportunity to add to your presentation if you like.
And nothing further at this time.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. The public hearing has been opened. We received a presentation. And now moving back to members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on that presentation? Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one thing that came to mind as I was looking this over again. If we go to page 345, I believe it is, of our 476-page council package, we're looking at the presentation that we just saw on the screens here. Item number, I don't know what, under the land use bylaw, changes to existing LUB, zero lot line in particular. I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the planning department, we basically, well, maybe it doesn't go through to planning, maybe it just goes to you, Mr. Mayor. We basically, once we pass the land use bylaw as it's written, we will be, because of the zero lot line explanation there, no more than 20% of a neighborhood and 50% of a subdivision will be allowed to be created in zero lot line developments. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, now my next question has to do with, we set up a process on the very first project that we approved with zero lot line, that it was a, maybe a trial project. We were going to observe and make a judgment call on how well that's working. We've had a lot of discussion on this council about zero lot line, and I know that's the direction we're going, certainly with some definition that it will happen in some way. What I'm curious about is, did we set any time limit or time frame at which council would have a discussion about how well the zero lot line developments are working for the people who live there, the people who surround those areas, for traffic flow, parking, and other issues that might arise. In many areas, the zero lot line just fits in and goes very well, but this is not totally new to the town of Stony Plain, but the idea that we would put them, have them in our land use bylaw and that they would just be created, I just am curious, because if I'm correct, once we would pass this, council stands back. We don't analyze this really anymore. We're approving zero lot lines under the percentages laid out, 20% of a neighborhood and 50% of a subdivision. So then planning and development department takes over and they can approve these pretty much at will. When does council get to have an evaluation of the zero lot line projects?
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hansler and Deputy Mayor. So that was never set aside as members of council. So as a council that was part of that approved zero lot line developments was that we did not accept the first renditions that were asked by members of the building community. We waited for at least 5 years and we watched what their neighbors did. And hence we built in the zero lot line criterias, which a lot of municipalities do not have. So those criteria can be found on page 114 to 115, and that alleviates many of the issues that we saw from our surrounding communities. And then, as in terms of to see how it was going, we wanted to make sure that as a council, we had the opportunity to see where some of these developments may be going first and prior, but there was no set date on a review. As we continue to evolve and grow here and see the number of applications coming forward and to see the number that is requested by the builders, this was I guess, an opportunity for administration to say, this is what we see is happening in our communities around us and with us in terms of our builders. This is what they're suggesting. So council can accept that, or council can change that, or can modify that any way as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can just get one point of clarification. So as we go through the process of seeing these areas developed in our town with zero lot lines, we, as council, would have an opportunity to have a discussion and bring any concerns to the attention of planning and development, and then they would look at this perhaps in a different way. I'm not saying that it will develop any problems, because they certainly do seem to be accepted. People do buy in these areas, and we have put the safeguards in, as you explained there. So am I correct about that, that it will just, that there still can be communication from council to administration about any concerns that arise?
That's correct, and then we'll do that on a yearly basis as the land use bylaw updates come in a yearly basis. So, for example, if council chooses to approve what is recommended by administration tonight, a year from now when they do the review, we can say, hey, we don't like that, and we can make the motion to actually then change it and revert it back. Right? There's several other changes here as well. Council may like them, council may not like them, but we'll also have the opportunity to review them each and every year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you giving us that explanation for the public.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for bringing that forward. Any other questions for clarity to administration? Councilor Fletch, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just playing off of Councilor Hansler's question, as well as your comment regarding how administration came up with the 20% or the 50%. I'm wondering if we could have administration speak to actually how they arrived at the 20% and the 50% and how they feel that works within our community.
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko. Yes, so the 20% would apply to the neighborhood as a whole, so you could think about all of Westera perhaps, so an entire area structure plan. The 50% would apply to an individual stage that's being built out, so just the extension of a road perhaps, right? The numbers were arrived at by looking at, what would balance the the desire from the development community to provide this housing forum, but that also applies a bit of a balance and, reduces perhaps an oversaturation of any neighborhood with the housing form. So ensuring that, around 1 in 5 may be zero lot line development, we viewed as an appropriate number. It is also similar to percentages that are being applied, maybe not through land use bylaw, but in practice in other similar jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of an example, I think Councilor Pletchko asked that question wisely, is that what does neighborhood and subdivision stage looks like? So for example, if we have a subdivision, so if we got one raw parcel of land to build housing on, and there's 1,000 houses, residential houses going to be built on there, only 200 can be zero lot lines. Is that correct?
To your worship, that is correct.
Right. And then in terms of 50% for a stage, so if that parcel gets divided up into 10 stages, so you get 100 per stage, the maximum in one stage is 50%. So the maximum you can build in one stage is 50. Correct? The number is correct?
To your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Yes, and thank you, because sometimes, even for us as members of council, what's the difference between neighborhood and subdivision staging? And I think members or residents have even a harder time understanding what that means, because we don't want 50% of our entire town to be zero lot lines, and we're not getting 50%. Any more questions for clear understanding?
So if I could just build off that just a tiny bit more. Did I clearly understand that when you mentioned that it was based on the need for a community? What I'm hearing from administration now is this is a need from the developers. So how do we know, understand that it's outside the jurisdiction, that you've made some of these, which is from outlying municipalities. However, the town of Stony Plain, when we took a conservative approach to this, did not follow what other communities are doing, and yet now this recommendation that's coming to council is based on what other communities are doing?
Okay, administration, so the numbers are in respect to other municipalities or the need in our community as well?
Through your worship, to yourself and Councillor Pletchko. The numbers themselves are certainly developed, thinking about our community and this town. However, it is, something that we would typically do to review what other jurisdictions have done, may have been doing well or may have been doing poorly. Like his worship mentioned earlier tonight, the entire section that deals with zero lot lines within the land use bylaw has been carefully crafted to try to mitigate all of the potential concerns that we've heard in other communities. And this, again, this percentage-based approach is a reflection of that. So it is based on our unique circumstances and learning from other municipalities as well. I would also say that what we've heard so far is that the uptake and the desire in the community that is purchasing homes is strong for this housing form. And that's something that we have heard from our development community. So we do rely on them to, sometimes demonstrate the market trends and to show us that it is desirable. That being said, we want to take a measured approach, and that's why we're not opening it up entirely. We believe that we're taking a measured step to being more permissible, but still making sure that we're doing things contextually for this town and this community.
Thank you. Anything else?
If I could just a tiny bit follow up to that. So when we talk about that measured approach, and we've been conservative in the past, my question would be around the 20% and the 50%. If we were to roll them numbers back, similar to how we've done the division prior to what I was there, how would that affect just the developer?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, it's difficult to say how that might affect them. It would be nice if perhaps that question could have been directed to them directly tonight. I would say, based on what we've heard from them, their desire is to have as much as possible, more or less. So that, reading between the lines there, I would assume that they would prefer more rather than less. And I guess I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. And then definitely that was part of the letter that's part of the package that was received from Build Edmonton, which asked us not to put any limitations on that to make it a free-for-all so that anybody can build as many as they want. However, I do believe that even this recommendation coming back from council, to council from administration, is that conservative approach where we make sure that we safeguard our community and the uniquely Stony Plain initiatives and the qualities that make Stony Plain attractive. So maybe we'll deal with that letter a little bit later on when we get into conversation. Members of council, any more questions, comments for clarity? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will apologize to administration. I had this written down in my notebook, which I left in my vehicle. So I'm just looking, just for a brief summary, if you wouldn't mind, of the current stages of development, West Terra specifically. I know there's other areas, and we've heard from the developer they won't move forward this year anyway. Which stages in West Terra have zero lot line properties approved, and how many units in those stages, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, I may not have those complete numbers for you right now. I do know that the development activities report, which was presented earlier this year, I believe in February, did have those numbers. Maybe we could pull those up in a minute here. Generally speaking, though, West Terra Stage 17, which was maybe approximately 40 lots or so, was the only area so far that has been issued permits to build zero lot line homes. And I would say somewhere maybe a dozen permits have been issued. So in the early stages.
Okay, thank you. Without those numbers, that's fine, and I think this comes back to us a little bit later this evening. So if we can find them before then, that would be great. When do we expect occupancy of those units? So permits have been pulled, I think you said 6 to 12. I would expect then that would be later this year, that those 6 to 12 will be occupied. What about the additional lots there? I think you mentioned 40 in stage 17. Is it anticipated those will be built out and occupied within this construction season?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. So I should clarify the entirety of stage 17 was approximately 40 lots or so. Only half of those are zero lot line properties. Sorry, so I can provide those numbers that you were asking about previously as well. So as of 2024, there are 49 lots which are approved zoning-wise for zero lot lines. 5 have been approved by subdivision. Sorry, 60 total lots have been approved. 6 of those have permits for construction. An additional 5 are subdivided but don't have permits yet for construction. And then an additional 49 have zoning in place but no subdivision.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, when you're saying approved this evening, that's an application has come in to your team and you've approved those, because I believe council, in terms of in the past, has approved zones within our community that would potentially have amounted to more than that 60. So just clarity on the difference there.
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. So the 60 that I'm referencing is the total current amount approved within the land use bylaw. As of the publishment of the development activities report. So perhaps there was West Terra stage 19 or stage 18. It should have been accounted for.
It's okay. I'll pull it up here. I do know that the developer had come in and we had a conversation about some zero lot lines, I believe in South Creek as well, which would have amounted more than the 60 that was referenced here this evening. And that's where I was trying to understand what sort of council had suggested could be approved within those marked regions within the land use bylaw versus what has come into the planning department to be approved for actual development.
Okay, so we have a total number that we have approved in, that is South Creek and West Terra.
Your Worship and all of Council. We just need a couple moments to get those together. If we could just be given that, well, maybe we could take a couple of other questions while we just collate those numbers together.
Okay. Okay, while you pull up those numbers, members of council, any more questions for clear understanding? Maybe just one question for administration, then while you're digging through those numbers. In terms of the regulations to update the R1 zoning to have a site coverage of 50% versus 40%, and that was mentioned that was to match the R2 zoning that we currently have. So how many R1s do we have that are built that have exceeded the 40% maximum?
To your worship, I don't have a specific number for you on how many R1s comprehensively over, the life of the town have looked to exceed that number. What I can tell you is that what we do as part of the annual update process is examine variances that were issued, which maybe went completely unopposed, and just try to understand whether or not these should be things that we are requiring to vary and cause an appeal time frame and a delay in the construction process. And this was an area where we thought that there were variances that, perhaps, certainly went unopposed and had no appeals, and, felt that if we were to increase that percentage and align it with the R2, that we wouldn't have to be, providing variances and could, just reduce that red tape for the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any more questions for clear understanding while we wait for some numbers?
Your Worship, I think we have some numbers to report on the previous question.
Go ahead.
And to your worship, so specifically within South Creek, 29 lots are currently zoned. Westera Stage 17 has 11 lots. Stage 18, 20 lots. Stage 19, 42 lots, for a grand total of 102 lots, which have zoning approval.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Anderson?
No, I appreciate that. It is closer to the number that I thought. The 60 seemed a little low, so I appreciate the clarity there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to follow up on those numbers, because we know there's been a significant amount of activity even since the issuance of the 2024 development report. Do we know of those 102 approved lots, how many of those would already be at occupancy, and how many of those have at least been issued the construction permits?
Through your worship to Councillor Lori, only the lots that were part of stage 17 are actually physically at the permitting stage, and so those would be 6.
To confirm, that would be occupied?
Construction.
So
I could not confirm whether all of them are occupied currently. The permits have been issued. I believe some are being occupied. I would anticipate that this season, it's likely for them to be occupied.
okay, because from a visual reference, all the zero lot line lots in stage 17 are at least under construction with several of them occupied. So that's in line with what administration is stating?
Yeah, Your Worship, sorry, I'll just jump in on that one. I do tend to drive past that particular area, and I would just verify that, yes, they're under construction, some are occupied, and as staff have indicated, reasonable expectation that they will all be occupied in the construction season.
Okay, and any other questions for clear understanding to the applicant? Okay, see none?
Councilor Anderson.
Oh, Councilor Anderson, sorry. I looked down that way and I didn't see you.
Doing one of these. Thank you. I'm just looking, no, it's not part of the package specifically, but it was referenced, and that was that 2024 Development Activity Report. One of the numbers that was provided in this report was the impact, specifically the number of complaints that had been received per lot. And I just want to ask for some clarity here. Certainly, our comparator areas, we have 0.21, 0.15 in terms of complaints per lot. And then zero lot line areas, it's a 0.06. But based on the information that we just heard, although they are zero lot line areas, in 2024, they actually wouldn't have been being built out and occupied. And so we have a bit of a misleading statistic here in that these aren't areas where we have residents actually living. Is that fair?
Your Worship, sorry, I would say, I think you just identified the reality of those statistics. I wouldn't term that as misleading. I think it's just simply that's the facts. They are not occupied yet. And
if I may, Mr. Mayor, which I can appreciate, in the report itself, it does specify the 106 lots, 114 lots, 131 lots. And so, all that, although that may be fact from a municipal development standpoint, if we were looking at these numbers, and if I didn't have the awareness of being on council and knowing where the approval stages were for these particular types of homes, I would assume that there are 106 zero lot line homes that have been built out, looking at the statistic here. And so in asking for the clarity, it was just to clarify that we don't, at the time of this report, have any zero lot line homes that are occupied in Stony Plain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. We'll come back to administration later. So moving on to the next phase of a public hearing, and which is all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw changes can now speak. So, administration, has anybody registered to speak in favor of the proposed changes?
Through your worship, no one has registered this evening.
Okay. Anybody in gallery would like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that are not in favor of the proposed bylaw changes have the opportunity to speak. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw changes? Okay. See none. Anybody have general comments about the proposed bylaw changes? Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in chambers like to speak a general comment? Okay. Seeing that there was nobody in the speakers, but there was a kind of a comment that was received from Build Edmonton, and that was on page 335 and 336 of our agenda packages. So that is the only written correspondence we received from our advertising of the public hearing. Okay. Seeing as none, we'll go back to administration. Administration, anything else to follow up with in terms of presentation?
Nothing additional at this time, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the questions for clear understanding. Administration, have we adhered to the MGA to complete this public hearing?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. And thank you for getting me back on track, for not calling it officially to order. Okay. With that, I'll officially call the public hearing for bylaw 2719/LUO/25 for land use bylaw update closed, and we'll be dealing that a little bit later on number 8.1 of our agenda. Thank you. Right, members of council, let's move on to our agenda. Moving on, number 6 is the regular council minute meeting minutes. Yeah, minute meetings or meeting minutes of April 14th. Members of council, any errors or omissions on those? Okay, I didn't see any other, so Councillor Meyer for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the April 14th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any questions from members of council for clear understanding on those? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. And we're looking at 7.1, which is the Tri-Leisure Facility Corporation for February 20th. You had the opportunity to review them. Councillor Loyens?
Town council received the council board and committee minutes for information.
Okay, members of council, any questions for clear understanding to the member representative, which is Councillor Laurie at this point in time? I didn't have any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to number 8. So looking at the time, let's take a recess and we'll come back and we'll deal with bylaws, which is 8.1 to deal with bylaws 2719/LEO/25. Thank you. Great, welcome back to council chambers, and we'll move on with our agenda. Number 8 is bylaw, so we're dealing with 8.1, which is the bylaw 2719/LUO/25, which we just had a public hearing and update from administration. So, members of council, any questions for clear understanding? Okay, I will move on to second reading then. Councilor Pletchko, if I can ask you to make a motion for second reading so we can debate.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2719/LUO/25, a bylaw to prohibit or regulate and control the use and development of land and buildings in the town of Stony Plain.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Pletchko. So members of council, so everything that was from the statutory public hearing to 8.1 on page 363 is up for conversation. So members of council, the floor is open. Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we had a really good review on this on the first reading. I've heard, again, administration come back this evening with some good explanation, some good commentary. I'm happy to see many of the changes that we've seen, particularly some things that we see around parking requirements, as well as I am happy to see some of the changes that we had in relation to zero lot lines. However, I am a little bit concerned, and the letter from Build really highlights this. The fact that we have essentially a double standard when it comes to the percentages that are put in place in the new land use bylaw, or the proposed new land use bylaw. And I'm just curious if, I do have a motion in front of me that I'd like to make, but I want to ask administration the question first, just to make sure that I understand this 100% so that I can make sure that the motion is applicable as it sits. And the question is, there being the two percentages, we have one percentage that is set at the subdivision stage, which is 50% of units within the subdivision, and one percentage that is set at 20% of the neighborhood stage. So again, essentially, the explanation we were given is that the neighborhood is the high level, that's the area structure plan boundary, essentially. And so no more than 20% of the area structure plan boundary could be zero lot line developments. Secondary then to that would be that the subdivision would essentially be, so as we heard tonight, the stage. So Westera stage 19 would be the subdivision, and we would then be limited within that portion to 50%. Is my understanding of that correct?
Through your worship to Councilor Lowry, that is correct.
Thank you. And then, so a follow-up on that. In relation to subdivision and stage, is there any minimum requirement for the number of lots? So let's say an area structure plan is planned to have 1,000 lots, just to pull a number out of thin air. Is there any requirement for the subdivision or stage portion to be a particular size?
Through your worship to Councilor Lowry, no, there's no in particular requirement for a minimum amount of lots to be included. We would look at things reasonably to understand feasibility and work with the developer on that, but no, there is not a specified minimum.
Right. So theoretically, looking at, I think it was Westera stage 17, they were approved in that for 11 zero lot line lots, and I think there was maybe 40-ish lots total in that. But in the ASP for Westera, there is a very large number of homes, likely in and around the 1,000 or maybe even more. So does administration foresee a potential issue in where a developer who has an area structure plan is staging their development and may have a certain area of the development in mind where, for example, maybe it's only 20 homes and they would like to do that as one stage, and those are planned as zero lot line, but then could not do it because they're limited to 50%? Is that a real potential we could face?
Through your worship to Councilor Lowry, the 50% is there, you're correct. I would say that provided administration sees a shadow plan and has, a deep understanding, a comprehensive look at what the developer is planning, the subdivision authority does have the ability to vary that number reasonably, provided we can see what the big picture looks like and we ensure that the intent of the land use bylaw is being met.
Okay. So further to that, if there is already a limitation set in the area, or in the land use bylaw in the area structure plan of 20%, at what point then would the 50% limitation in a subdivision not comply with the intent of the area structure plan and the intent of the land use bylaw?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, I guess I would say that by limiting an ASB area to 20%, the intent is clear that it should not be an entire neighborhood of zero lot line development, number one. As things progress and as the stages build out, the developer needs to be conscious of that 20%, where they would like to apply it, and have that future vision in mind, and we would expect them to do so. If they, find that they are reaching their maximums, well, then that's why we have those regulations in place, and we would ensure that the intent of the bylaw is being met through the subdivision authority approval.
Thank you. With that, Your Worship, I would like to make a motion that we remove the requirement of 50% at the subdivision stage, and I believe administration may already have a motion drafted up for that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Laurie. Administration, I think Councilor Laurie just gave that to you during the recess. Has that been typed into the computer so we can have it on screen?
Yeah, Your Worship, I think we have it. We can get it up on the screen.
Thank you, and then if I may speak to it, Your Worship.
Okay, that is going to get on the screen, so go ahead and speak to that amendment, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Simply put on this is, it seems that we've put in two areas of control in regards to the zero lot line percentages that aren't really necessary. When I look at the letter that was issued by Build, and when I look at the experience over the last 8 years when we see area structure plans and subdivision plans come forward, it's very clear that the area structure plan is the overall neighborhood. And that is then done in subdivision. Then sometimes we've seen subdivisions come with hundreds of lots. Sometimes we've seen subdivisions come with very few, maybe as few as 10 lots. It all depends on how the builder and developer is choosing and is able to develop out that area. What we've seen oftentimes is we have areas of neighborhoods that are zoned. And that zoning in particular is anywhere from our R1 to our R8, our commercial districts, our industrial districts, and so on and so forth. So when we drill this down and we limit the 50% at the subdivision stage, you could literally be taking a 1,000-unit subdivision, or sorry, a 1,000-unit neighborhood where a builder has an overall plan that has been approved with the overall zoning, and they could be looking to develop 10 lots as zero lot line. And that's the phase that they're ready to do, that's the phase that they're able to do, that's the phase that they're looking to do. And even though those 10 lots are 1% of the overall plan of 1,000, we're saying, no, you now have to limit that to 0.5%. You have to bring that down. And I feel what that will do is that will actually result in a more broken distribution of housing types, and it would result in the potential of having to have smaller zoning pockets. So instead of having a larger, R6 zoning pocket, you might have to have multiple R6 zoning pockets throughout the entire area structure plan in order for them to move forward with each stage or each subdivision maintaining that 50%. Again, depending on how the developer chooses to move this forward. So I want to be very cognizant of the fact that if we have set a control and a threshold at the area structure plan or neighborhood level, that's the intent. That is what we are stating to the builder and the developer. We want this at 20%, no more, no less. Drilling this down into the subdivision and the stage level essentially exerts a level of control that is over and above that 20% that I don't understand why would be necessary. I haven't seen any arguments or any information from administration to say why that would be necessary. And the development community is essentially telling us that that is restrictive, that is detrimental to how the developers go about developing the entire subdivision. Build, yes, has stated that they would like to see no restrictions, but they do seem very accepting to a threshold at the neighborhood level. Whereas they have essentially said that the 50% does not make sense. It creates functional challenges, it creates design challenges, and it creates development challenges. So I think it's just a secondary restriction that's not needed because we have the 20% at neighborhood level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members of council. The floor is open for questions for clear understanding to the mover of the amendment or debate on the amendment. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I would like to get some clarity, if possible, please. The terminology neighborhood seems to have been, we're using it here without a clear definition of what neighborhood means. In my world, in most people's worlds, St. Andrews is a subdivision. High Park is a subdivision. Jutland Ridge is a subdivision. Graybrier is a subdivision. A neighborhood is a smaller unit within a subdivision, perhaps by the time it was built, perhaps by the neighborhood, perhaps by those in close proximity. I find that the language is a little bit confusing, and I'm not finding the use of neighborhood here to be helpful at all. I do understand in a subdivision like West Terra, when we are talking phase 17, 18, and 19, one might say phase 17 is a neighborhood, and that sort of makes sense. However, I think we're using it in the opposite context as we're talking about this land use bylaw. So could we please get clarification on what administration means for the exact definition of neighborhood? Is that bigger than subdivision? And how on earth would we have a subdivision bigger than a neighborhood bigger than West Terra? It's huge. 17 phases and maybe the 1,000 homes that Councillor Laurie references. Is neighborhood bigger, smaller? Please give me a precise definition, and I'm just wondering if it really should be applied here at all.
Okay, thank you. And administration, can you provide those, the data for that or the terminology that we use, as staff use and developers use?
Through your worship to all of council and Councillor Hansard. Yes, there's some terminology there that, different people may use in different ways. Often when people are referring to their neighborhood, they say my subdivision, this. So I can understand the confusion between terminology there. Quite literally, a subdivision means the subdivision of land. So the turning of one parcel into two or more parcels. Neighborhood, as we're referencing it within this proposed land use bylaw, you could consider it as applied to the area structure plan. The reason the more general term neighborhood is used there is because there could potentially be an instance where maybe an area structure plan isn't in place, or it's an area redevelopment plan, or it's something slightly different. And so a more general terminology is used there to ensure that we're capturing any situation. But for your purposes, you can think about neighborhood and area structure plan being equivalents, and subdivision being the subdivision of any parcel of land into two or more.
Okay, thank you. So the neighborhoods is equal to the ASP, which is larger than, and the subdivision is equal to a stage. Okay, Deputy Mayor, does that provide some clarity?
I'll leave it alone right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity, understanding, and debate on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking for procedural clarity. if an amendment was to be made to what we see before us, it would have to remain within the scope of what is presented here. And so I'll add the caveat there that this was a motion that I wanted to bring forward as well, but for an entirely different reason than what Councillor Laurie brought forward. And there's some additional items within the land use bylaw that I wanted to pair with this and have them removed from what's been presented here. And so would that be something that this can be amended to include, or would that be a separate motion once this one is resolved?
So I think because if there's amendment onto amendment, if you would like to ask the mover of the amendment to make it a friendly or to change it?
I do not believe it would be a friendly amendment.
Okay. Then in the case that if you want to amend this, you can make an amendment to change it, and then that will vote on yours.
But it has to remain within the same scope as what's here. I just want to make sure I follow the correct process and don't get out of line here. And sometimes it's when someone is asked to make the motion. And so I just want to make sure I speak at the right time and don't miss my opportunities.
That's true. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So the amendment can be, I would say, outside of the scope to a point. I would suggest perhaps you put the amendment on. Not knowing what you're putting forward, it's hard to make a fair assertion.
I will do that. I will do that, and you can tell me if I need to wait my turn. As a school teacher, I'm very good at that. And so I guess I will amend the motion that is on the floor, and that amendment would be, and now I just want to make sure I get this one on the correct page. So I'm looking at two versions, the new draft as well as the red line version, and it is specific to 13 on page 115 of 476, and that is zero lot line development is only allowed to comprise up to 20% of the total residential lots in a neighborhood. And I would like to amend that section to the wording that was included in bylaw 2686/LUO/24, which stipulated, sorry, now I'm going to jump down to page 276. Sorry, not 276, 277. Zero lot line development is only allowed where shown in figure 3.25.0.13.
Okay. Typically for me as the chair, I believe that those are two different things that we're talking about here in terms of how I see it, because we're looking at this could pass or not pass as an amendment, and then yours is kind of a separate amendment to add something more restrictions or different restrictions to it, which is slightly different than this. So we're not, I think either we can vote this amendment through or not, and then your motion is slightly different, which will be standalone.
The motion would be to revert to the prior land use bylaw definition.
Of those sections, because there are other elements within zero lot line that I'm fine with. So it's only specific to removing the percentages of 20 and 50%. So that's where I see the alignment, is we're putting in percentages here to specify the number of lots that can be approved for zero lot line. Certainly appreciate, and that's where I was back and forth on when to bring this forward. So I think it fits here, but I also can see the other side of that. I'm actually going to look to Ledge Services for some clarity.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. I am in agreement with the mayor that that could be a separate amendment, as it is a separate clause within the bylaw. So one doesn't necessarily, one isn't tied to the other.
The passing of this would still allow your motion.
No, certainly the passing of this would still allow my motion, but depending on how my motion would pass would depend how I feel about this particular motion. And that's where I say sometimes, the early bird gets the worm, so to speak, that Councillor Laurie had the opportunity to put his motion on the floor first, which may affect the motion that I want to bring forward. And so I guess we'll let it play out based on the feedback from Legislative Services, and we'll see where we end up.
Okay. Then just for a question for administration, then in terms of this amendment, and I see that Councillor Anderson would like to have another amendment that kind of ties them together more. So if this amendment passes or fails, does another councillor have the opportunity to then tie that again? For example, if this passes, which we remove that 50% from the subdivision stage, then if a motion comes back to add that 50% back on there with the caveat of having it to be reported back to council, can that be tied together? Or
So let me put my cards on the table. Maybe that will help. And so my intention this evening, pending discussion with council and the perspective of my colleagues, was to remove the 50 and 20% caveats that are seen here and revert back to a council-approved zero lot line process. And I can speak to that at length when we get to that point. Where this differs, if it's attached to what's being presented now, I would like to see both removed. If we deal with this and it's removed, and I make a separate motion after, and it's defeated, I actually would want to keep this regulation in the land use bylaw to ensure we don't have 100% of a particular subdivision, that it would be limited to that 50 as already is stipulated. And so if I'm allowed, once this one's discussed, to bring it back forward, if my motion is defeated, then that's fine. But once it's dealt with, I didn't believe that I could bring that forward a second time.
okay. And also I heard you mention about the 20% too. So the 20% is not on the amendment right now. Is that?
Right, because my amendment to the motion was to have that added to be removed.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
For clarity, then Councillor Laurie is discussing the subdivision level, Councillor Anderson is discussing the whole neighborhood.
And the subdivision level.
And yes. Okay, so right now, as the chair, we will continue on this path with one amendment that deals with removing the 50% regulations to how it is. If somebody would like to make a motion to amend that to a different percentage or to zero or to leave it in there, then that's the possibility. I think with what I've heard, that there might be another amendment coming on to the bylaw. We'll deal with this one first, and then we'll come back to that one. Right, so.
There's mud.
I know, it is, because we're trying to change a lot of things here. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Because it sounds like there might be another motion after this if this gets defeated or passed.
All right, so for clarity, if I may, Mr. Mayor, this passes, we don't bring it back because it's already been removed. It's defeated, we can't bring it back for removal because it's already passed.
Right. Administration?
So my hands are tied, basically.
Point of clarity.
Your worship, my understanding in administration can, if it's clear, is it can be reconsidered if it is brought forward by a member from the successful side of the motion. So if the motion was defeated, a person who had voted against it can bring it back forward. If a motion was passed, a person who voted in favor of it could bring it back forward. But a person on the opposing side of the vote, on the unsuccessful side of the vote, would not then be able to bring that forward. Would that be correct?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So the motion to reconsider must be made from the member who is on the prevailing side of the vote. That is correct.
Thank you. So for clarity, just using this as an example, this motion currently in front of us right now, if this passed 7-0, and we continue on throughout the meeting, and another motion's made that's unsuccessful, because it was 7-0, any member then from that vote could bring another motion forward in regarding this percentage, this specific clause, because all 7 would have been on the prevailing side.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Right. So, and then a motion to reconsider is just simple majority? Or does it have to be more than simple majority?
Through your worship, I believe it is a simple majority.
Okay, I'll let the, okay, any more, okay, this is kind of, well, this is how it goes. There's lots of opinions and conversations here that may alter this. I'll go around the table one more time before I come back to Councillor Anderson and administration. Councillor Peshko, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was looking for clarity around, similar to what you just talked about, how that plays out, because what I'm hearing is this wants to be removed. So let's just, if it was removed, then all you would have to do is put forward a motion to remove the 20% that you're looking to remove and put forward a motion of that, and also to add back that it's now for council. Like, I'm kind of confused at where this actually goes, because I think we have a bit of a situation right now where this is going to, depending on how the vote goes, we could have a second opinion as to how we remove everything. And if we don't remove it, is that taken completely off the table, the 50%, in any further discussion?
Your worship, if I may, I mean, a bit of commentary, perhaps a bit of advice, and just a bit of perspective. So Robert's Rules, the procedural bylaw exists to allow for a clear debate about the question in front of the board, the council in this case. Currently, there is an amendment proposed, duly moved, that is clear about what's its intent. With respect, to try to walk through 4 or 7 scenarios is a bit of a fool's errand at this point. I would suggest the chair has the right to consider an amendment put forward and make a ruling on that, and there is process as to challenge that ruling by the chair. So my advice, I guess, and I call it advice, would be, move through the motions that come, deal with them in and of themselves, and should motions wish to be reconsidered or brought forward or so on and so forth, the procedural bylaw does allow for those things to happen. It might take a bit of time for us to check it or walk through it or what have you, but again, the entirety of the procedural bylaw, Robert's Rules, is to ensure the clarity of what is being voted on by the in this case, council.
With that being said then, we talked hypothetically if I was to make the motion. You sort of commented what your ruling could be. We've heard what may or may not come. And so I'm actually, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make that motion to amend what's before us to allow you an opportunity to rule on that, and then we can take it from there. And so I will make that motion, and that is to amend item, sorry, I got to back up here, 3.25.113 to read zero lot line developments is only allowed where shown in figure 3.25.0.13, and with that it would be the inclusion of the figure to be re-added to the land use bylaw.
All right, if administration can get that on the board first, let me review that. And then a page number, Council, is 276, I believe?
Yeah, I believe the red line version was 276, 277. In the draft that's before us for consideration, I believe it was page 114, 114.
right, do we have it?
Your worship, just want, I mean, maybe I'll just perhaps ask, we have both the original amendment that was proposed as well as the secondary amendment that is proposed. We can have all of them up on the screen at the same time?
Can you have all on the screen so I can read them, so I can actually get my head around the amendment and then the amendment to the amendment?
Just put it up and let's see what it looks like.
All right. Can you make that a little larger, please?
And then we won't be able to see it all. Prepared by now.
So we just want, can you make the amendment to amend larger?
Your worship, if I may, because I can take an action here that I think makes this easier for everyone.
Okay, so do you want to?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think because of where we're at here and just the desire of a member of council in order to make this easier on administration and on council as a whole, I think best case if the member is wanting to make, I think it would be essentially the motion to revert the changes in the zero lot line in regards to the percentages back to the zero lot line development only with areas shown in the figure. I will withdraw my amendment at this time in order to allow that amendment to be put on the floor to be debated, and then pending the result of that debate, should that debate not be successful, I would then move forward with the amendment that I've originally put on the floor. So if that's acceptable to the member, if that's what his intention is, what he's looking for, I will withdraw my amendment in order to allow that to occur. That debate can then occur, makes it easier on administration, makes it easier on us as council, and we can move forward with that.
I do appreciate that. The one thing I will clarify, it's not reverting back to the last bylaw in its entirety in this section. There are some items around real property reports and such that can remain. It's just specific to 2, which you had made the motion to remove, and then amending the proposed 13, and that's the one being motion to revert back to previous wording.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're speaking the same language. If the intention of the amending motion is to remove the 20 and 50% limitations in order to return to the individual approval of zero lot line developments, then I will withdraw my amendment in order to allow that amendment to be put on the floor. We'll debate that, and then as a result, depending on the result of that, then we can move forward.
Okay, I appreciate doing that because I was not going to allow that amendment because the first amendment only dealt with the 50% of the subdivision, and your amendment had to change the also 20%, which kind of changed the entire amendment itself, which kind of stepped out of the.
Make it easier on ourselves.
You can say I stepped out of line, but I did ask permission before I got started. So.
Nope, I think that's the conversation we have, and then we have a withdrawal of an amendment point in time, and then we'll go to Councillor Anderson for his amendment.
All right, so for clarity, am I making my motion again, or does this just revert back?
No, because
There's no amendment on the
There's no amendment on the floor.
so you can't
All right.
amend an amendment.
I will make
So you would have to make the
I will make a
first
motion
amendment.
that we remove 3.25.1.2, where a subdivision is planned to include one or more lots for zero lot line development, maximum of 50% of the total number of lots within the subdivision may be planned for zero lot line development. And amend 3.25.113 to read zero lot line development is only allowed where shown in figure 3.25.0.13, and inclusive in that would be returning the image that was previously in the land use bylaw. And just want to share my appreciation with Councillor Laurie for helping us move this one forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So members of council, that would be on page 276 and 277, and also the corresponding map on page 279. I have to speak to it first.
And then as it comes up there, Mr. Mayor, I would like an opportunity to speak to it before that opens for debate.
Yes. Okay. Do we have it up? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just taking a quick read here. Okay, thank you. Again, I do appreciate the graciousness of administration and my colleagues on council to move this forward. Was having a hard time seeing how I could do that with the current motion that was on the floor and the rules around procedure. So again, thank you to Councillor Laurie. I will, as this has taken some time, keep my comments as brief as possible, but I think we've taken prudent steps over my time on council, and I know the conversation of zero lot lines has preceded my time on council. And so, you know, certainly some of those discussions that go beyond the last 3.5 years, I haven't been privy to be at the table. But I think our council has done a very, very good job hearing from our community, hearing from feedback from neighboring municipalities and the experiences that they've had with zero lot lines. You know, we've heard a number of different reasons for zero lot lines to be put forward. Some of that argument is around preference for the product, that there is a demand there. Other comments have been made around affordability and that sort of thing. I was able to find a report that was in advance of a neighboring municipality having this conversation, titled "A Regional Scan of Zero Side Yard Developments," a high-level scan of communities or developments, in the Edmonton metro region. And one of the items that came out of there was the opposite to the affordability conversation, that the municipalities that had moved forward with zero lot lines actually did not see a realized cost savings for the buyer. And again, that's not sort of my personal feeling. That is in that report and the title I did mention earlier. And the conclusion that they came to was that it really is just another market product. And that those realized cost savings that are passed on to the consumer really don't exist in the way that maybe we were hearing that they did. One of the things that I was challenged by in this coming forward, and there's been some discussion about how administration came to the conclusion of the 20 and 50% that we've discussed this evening, when we have taken such a measured approach. And the idea was that we wanted to ensure we could have an opportunity to see what this looks like in our community. It wasn't something, you know, an official pilot program or anything like that, but it was the desire of council to see how a zero lot line neighborhood or subdivision, what that would look like for public works, what that would look like for servicing and utilities, what that would look like in terms of resident experience. What would that look like for things as simple or seemingly simple as snow removal? And where does that snow go when we removed the side yard in that same capacity? And so I think council has done a very, very good job in taking a measured approach. And I see us going from something where we've taken that measured approach, we've you know, asked industry to allow us an opportunity to see how that develops out, how that plays out in our community. And all of a sudden today, we're looking at going to a little bit more of, dare I say, industry standard, a comparable to neighboring municipalities. I know some are more restrictive, some are more lenient in this regard, but you know, going from the 100 units that were approved to now suggesting we're going to allow 20% of an entire neighborhood or 50% of a subdivision is a big stretch. You know, one of the things I was wondering this evening was how many people were going to be here to speak for or against this. And I can't say I'm surprised necessarily that we didn't have opposition here. And my gut tells me that one of the reasons for that is we have a community that's trusted us to take a measured approach in this regard. That we've taken the time to thoughtfully consider and take an evidence-based approach to how certain things develop out within our community. I think moving to a 50% and a 20% advances us quite quickly in that regard without having the opportunity to see how that plays out. And so just as I believe the mayor had articulated earlier, that next year's council will have an opportunity to revert back. We also know that it's much harder to revert back once a standard is put in place. And so my suggestion this evening isn't that we never look at a percentage base in terms of permitted zero lot line homes in neighborhoods and stages of development, that maybe today though isn't the day. And that we're putting the cart before the horse, and I think if we allow this construction season to play out, we've heard that there are some zero lot line homes that are occupied within the last year, and there's more coming online, that we can see what those areas of our community look like in terms of servicing, in terms of public works, in terms of resident experience. And so it's something that I feel like is not a today decision to make. And I think that this is something that once residents have had an opportunity to experience these neighborhoods, they've had an opportunity to see what that looks like with their neighbors, see what that looks like for themselves and their families, that we'll have a better perspective on what that looks like and how much we want to see in our community. Certainly I appreciate the challenge that they may present to some of our developers and builders, but we also know and we've heard that, you know, just because that area is approved doesn't mean they get built today. We've got zero lot line stages that have been approved a couple of years ago that haven't moved forward. And so I think we have the time to sit on this for at least a year to allow those homes to develop out that are currently being built and recently occupied to ensure that we continue to take the measured approach that the community expects of us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. Members of Council, questions for clear understanding to the mover of the amendment, and then also debate on the amendment itself. Councillor Hanser, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're not debating at this point.
You can.
We can. Oh,
I have accepted an amendment to the bylaw, so.
Okay, thank you very much. My first thing is that I do want clarity. When we talk percentages, that takes on one connotation. Could we please be told, in this subdivision of the neighborhood, in that the neighborhood is the bigger, subdivision is smaller, Stage 17, West Terra, how many units of housing, dwelling units, are proposed to be built there?
Okay, stage 17, there's 11 units that were approved. Stage 18, there was 20 units that approved. In stage 19, there was 42 units approved for a total of 73 units in the neighborhood of West Terra.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Zero lot lines.
I should have gone through you to planning. I was paying attention over there when you started to talk. I missed stage 17.
Okay, stage 17, there's 11 that have been approved. Stage 18, there are 20.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, please. I don't want to know how many zero lot line units have been approved. I want to know overall how many units total. Because if we're talking percentages, I want to know what that equals.
Okay, so then you'll need the zero lot lines and the total amount.
I want the total amount. I didn't ask for zero lot lines. I said how many dwelling units are going to be built in stage 17 of West Terra? Not percentage, please.
Go ahead, 17.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Hansard, there are 32 total dwellings proposed for Stage 17 of Westera. 11 of those zero lot line, 21 non-zero lot line.
Okay, that helps, thank you. So if we just, Mr. Mayor, if we just look at that, we're seeing about half of stage.
That's 35%.
Yeah, it would be a little bit more. So that's, I'm just
Less.
going, the percentage thing can be very deceiving. Not that planning means it that way, but I'm looking at the only entity that responded here was this organization called BILD, Build, Edmonton Metro responded. And if I read that correctly, out of 476 pages in 2 days and a morning of reading, I'm thinking that this letter said they really didn't want any restrictions. Well, they're a builders organization. They say they represent 500 companies in the building and development industry. Of course, Mr. Mayor, they don't want restrictions. But this I will say, and here's the debate part of this, in the industry that I also work in, as in real estate, the only savings to a buyer, the consumer, is the very first time that sells. After that, the market takes over. And there will be, not usually, a savings to subsequent buyers. So it only benefits the original to the max, and that's if the developer passes the savings of land that is taken up and the wall, the different pieces of the zero lot line. I do realize we're looking at more restrictions and a better type of product, but we should not be confused by the language around this. If we choose to do this in a larger way in our town of Stony Plain, that is one thing. We've been elected to make decisions to look after our community, manage its money, govern the management of the money, and to make decisions. And I think we need to be aware that a lot of people don't even know what we're talking about. So I don't want to bury this in percentages. I almost heard, and please clarify, that Councillor Anderson's motion does away with the percentage aspect and puts it flat out where now on these considerations, we will hear actual numbers. The actual numbers don't concern me quite as much, and yet they should. Because the actual numbers, 21 units, dwelling units, and 32 dwelling units, and 11 would be zero lot line. Did you say that's 35%? Well, that's greater than the 30% that we're hiding behind, if that term is even appropriate. We're using 30%, and so that 30% must apply to a bigger area, but certainly not stage 17. So now I guess I need, what are
Point of
the,
clarity, Your Worship? The subdivision being the stage?
I'll let Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor, finish, and then we'll direct that. Thank you.
okay. If I could, so that people, all of us and everyone, will understand what we're doing here tonight. The other two remaining phases of Westera, do we have any zero lot lines being brought forward for those, or that isn't even on the table for discussion yet?
So yes, Councillor Hansard, as a council, we have approved stage 18 and 19, as I mentioned earlier. In
Yes.
stage 18, there's 20 zero lot lines approved, and in stage 19, there's 42 zero lot lines approved. Can administration give us the total numbers in 18 and 19 so we can have those percentages, so we can explain the differences of the 30, 20%, 30%, 35%, 50%, please? So in stage 18?
Yes, Your Worship, just give me one moment to tabulate those numbers for you.
While the manager is doing that, can somebody else pull up the entire number of residential lots that have been issued in West Terra so we can have a clearer understanding of the numbers and percentages?
Sorry, Your Worship, just to clarify, West Terra 17, 18, 19, or the entirety of West Terra?
So I think because we're talking about neighborhoods and subdivision stages, so we're going to clarify the 50% for subdivision stages, and then also the 20% for the neighborhood or the ASP. So for us to clarify the ASP or the neighborhood, we need the entire residential lots that have been approved for West Terra, and then to deal with the subdivision stages, we need the individual stages itself. Councillor Fletcher, do you have that handy?
I just want to ask a question regarding stages and subdivision. Can we just refer to what we're talking about tonight as stage and subdivision so that it makes it clearer as to what we're talking about?
So
Yeah, stage and neighborhood.
Neighborhood, we'll go with neighborhood as the entire West Terra, and we'll go stage as in stage 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So, Your Worship, again, just to clarify and perhaps stall a little time for the staff here, but was your request for the number of units in the neighborhood of West Terra?
No.
That is correct.
Oh.
Because in the new proposed land use bylaw, it says that was recommended is 20% for neighborhoods. So for example, if West Terra is 1,000 residential units, then at a 20% rate would be 200. Right? So I want to get those numbers, so obviously, so that we're clear what it is, because I think Councilor Hanson mentioned 30% it was hiding, but I think that was a subdivision stage, which was 50%, which is represented, not 35%. So we're actually, the stage 17 is actually lower than what is being proposed. So we're just trying to get those numbers correct.
Your Worship, through to all of council, we've just been collating the numbers for the stages 17, 18, 19. For us to get the whole neighborhood numbers would take probably a great deal of time. We don't have those readily available through our system here, but we will have the other stages 17, 18, 19 right away.
Okay, well, let's do 17, 18, and 19.
Through your worship to all of council. So for stage 17, we have a total of 32 lots, 11 zero lot lines. 32 total, 11 zero lot line. For stage 18, 37 total, 20 zero lot line. Stage 19, 48 total, 42 zero lot line, and I'm just going to confirm stage 19. And those figures are correct.
Okay, thank you for those numbers. So Councillor Councilor Deputy Mayor, so in terms of the staging, and in terms of the 50% rate that was proposed for the subdivision stage, so in stage 17, which the total zero lot line would be 35 or 34.5%. Stage 18 will be 54%, and then stage 19 will be 114%. Didn't you say that there was only 48 units?
48 and 42. It can't be that big.
Oh, so it is total, oh, sorry,
87 and a half. Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
87 and a half. My apologies.
Okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate those answers. Now, the amendment before us, Mr. Mayor, this is through to you. If Councillor Anderson's motion passes, we'll be doing away with the 50% or the 50% and the 20%? Please answer that.
We'll be removing the 20% and the 50%.
If his motion passes.
That's correct. And then we'll be adding back the land use, the map of where it's regulated, where zero lot lines could be built.
So we would actually be agreeing with Bill that they don't want any restrictions by percentage, but we would be doing it for a different reason, correct?
No, I think we'll be going exactly opposite of what Bill wants.
Okay.
So for clarity, Mr. Mayor, so the idea is that the percentages would be removed, which is what BUILD wants. The difference is, though, BUILD wants it to be open to the builder and the developer. My amendment would suggest it needs to come back to council, as it has over the last couple of years.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for clarity and understanding debate?
No, I'm totally clarified.
Thank you. Other members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion to amend? Okay. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to try and add a little bit of, I guess, clarity to the point that was just made here before we move on. The last solid data that I can find is from our 2019 municipal census, which mentions 623 occupied dwellings in Lake West Terra. But the development in West Terra since 2019 has been fairly significant. This is showing that the West Terra Estates was projected to have 875 dwelling units upon full development. So I think you would take the, because essentially these stages that are in front of us are almost a complete build out of West Terra. I think there would be one small parcel remaining. I think you would be able to take the total of 11, 20, and 42 for a total of 73 into 875 units, which would put us below 10%. That's hopefully a little bit of clarity.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? So we'll go back to Councilor Pletchko. Go ahead.
Well, I come here this evening thinking that I knew what I was going to do. We debate this, and we debate this, and we debate it some more. And here we are tonight again, 11:30 going to come up. What I'm thinking is the numbers give administration, so I'm going to talk two different things. The numbers give administration the opportunity to be able to approve subdivisions. When you look at what is here today, we've over-approved and under-approved in some areas, talking based on the numbers that we have here today. We have an organization that wants us to have no limits so we could fill our town with zero lot lines. But when I first got on council, we talked about doing zero lot lines. And we methodically looked at ways to make sure that zero lot lines didn't hinder our community like it did in many communities. And I think we did a pretty good job to this point in time. But we also brought forward at the time where we would be able to make decisions to move our community forward and help the developers and help the people looking for it. And I totally agree, zero lot lines do nothing for affordability. It allows the developer to have one or two more lots, which puts a little bit more in theirs, but it does nothing for affordability. And eventually, Number two, it does absolutely nothing. However, I have two concerns with adding anything today that would put another council in jeopardy moving forward in an October election. First is, we do not know whether those values will go up or down based on what is happening today in our market. Based on what is happening with the build within our community, we do not know whether that will be a sellable product or really a not sellable product. So we're still a bit in a turmoil for a council to make a decision of removing it from council and adding numbers to it and allowing the administration just have a bit of a free rein with it. Keeping it in-house through council still allows us to do what we need to do, still gives us a bit of control over the developer, and it moves our community forward. The concern I have over the zero lot lines is we also asked, nothing formally, but if you go back and you look at where we talked about it, pilot projects. Big mistake council made was we didn't actually state what a pilot project was. So we don't know today what that looks like or how that could look at. So really, at this point in time, by keeping it the way it was, not changing it to a 20 or 50%, still allows us to call it a bit of a pilot project. We have 102 lots that are approved, 73 in one and 21 in the other, I think is how I wrote. I've got many numbers written on the page today. Anyway, I think there's 102 in our community that are roughly approved for zero lot line development. We still don't know what is occupied and what is not occupied. We do know, driving through the subdivision, that it appears there are people living in some of the zero lot line ones. However, we keep getting asked from our developers to give us more, give them more so they can build more. And yet, they're not building more. We've been told by the developer, the single-family home lots are not selling in our community. Contrary to driving around town, our single-family lots are just about sold out in our community. I drive around and look every day because I'm concerned about the zero lot line. So I think today, unless I hear different wisdom from council, I think we're still at a stage where we need to be somewhat in control. Even though the numbers that we have had presented to us, the 20 and 50%, do make sense to me because we've over allowed in certain areas and under allowed in others. So another way for us to be able to look at this is as it comes forward, we can see whether there was any development, any problems which allow you to move forward. And it's something that can be brought back to the next term council that allows them a bit of time to have a good look at what's coming forward. Just some points.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any more comments, questions, and debate on the motion? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate it. And I appreciate the comments that have been brought forward. I think, again, zero lot line, yeah, it's something that we have debated over and over and over again. And, you know, some days I struggle to understand, given the various build forms and build types we have in our municipality, why it continues to be such a hot button issue. You know, when I look at the comparison of R5 and zero lot line, and I look at the fact that we can have a 6-unit row house built in 100% of a subdivision area, I'm really then perplexed again why we're back to zero lot lines, which are a larger lot build form, which have no connectivity to an adjacent structure, and so on and so forth. Why this continues to come back. And I've got a couple other examples too, and I mean, we have zero lot line versus secondary suite and accessory dwelling. Again, another product that we just talked about, where we are allowing now for accessory dwellings to be co-located on existing property lines with existing homes around them, where at least zero lot lines are occurring in new development areas, not necessarily in areas that are essentially redevelopment, which a lot of this accessory dwelling and secondary suite items are occurring on. You know, we've heard a little bit in regards to the affordability and so on and so forth. There's arguments on both sides of that out there in published material in relation to overall purchase price, into overall actual cost in respect to home ownership with maintenance of yards and lawns. There's lots of information out there that you can read in regards to the benefits of owning zero lot line versus owning condos for somebody who wants autonomy of their property but does not necessarily want a large yard or anything like that to maintain. So, you know, there's information out there all over. I think what I keep coming back to is how this has been managed since day one. And I've always been a little bit unsure about this clause that was originally in, that we are now talking about essentially putting back in over a change. And that was, with everything that we already allow throughout the land use bylaw in respect to residential zoning, why this one specific one has that requirement to come back to council. And I struggle with that. And I continue to struggle with that because we've done such a good job. So when you look at page 276 of our agenda package, page 276 is the red line version. So this is going to show everything that we've had in the restrictions. So the first restriction is zero lot line can only be built in a small number of our residential districts. So only in areas zoned R2, only in areas zoned R4, R5, or R6. That is the only area in which it's allowed to be built, so there are areas in which we don't allow it by zoning on that aspect. That's a restriction that's right there. We have another restriction on zero lot line that I'm not a fan of, that again, I still have yet to find the data as to why we require this over any other type of development such as an attached dwelling. In respect to number 8, the foundation and the requirement of an RPR. This is an additional requirement on a developer. It's an additional expense on a developer. Build addresses this in their letter about the fact that it leaves open excavation for longer periods of time and so on and so forth. And ultimately, again, the legal responsibility for the placement falls back on the builder, and should there be an issue at any point in time, it is their responsibility. So that clause still, that restriction still, I've struggled since day one to understand why it's there. Then we've gone on what would be number 8 on the original, or sorry, number 9 on the original, number 10 in the edited one, that zero lot line developments with front drive access will not be located directly across a public road or other than a lane from another zero lot line development with front drive access. So again, another restriction on how zero lot line can exist, how zero lot line can be built, or on major collector roads. Again, another restriction, and this essentially is only on zero lot lines. No other type of housing development, including R5 6-unit row housing. And again, now, originally number 10, now number 11 in the edited, zero lot line developments will only be permitted for detached dwelling use. So all of these restrictions that we have in here have been done with a sense of caution in learning from others' mistakes and so on and so forth. We have this opportunity, I'll call it, in front of us today to take another small, measured step forward in our zero lot line development in order to work best with our development community, in order to work within what the market is moving towards in some aspects, where it's not in others. And it still puts in a very measured level of control. A 20% limitation on an entire neighborhood is quite a limitation, because you could have a 100% removal or 100% inclusion. That's what all of the rest of our zoning essentially provides. Our zoning, especially now that we don't have the EMRB and we don't have densities that we must adhere to, our zoning kind of allows us to do whatever a developer chooses. So while I appreciate that there's some discomfort with the change because we have not seen, information come back to council and so on and so forth about the ones that have been built and their occupancy rates and the experience of the homeowners and so on and so forth. I mean, do we have reports back to council on the experience of homeowners on all of the new units that have been built along Brickyard Drive that are 3-story row housing with secondary suites on the main floor? Because I haven't seen a report come back to council in regards to the resident experience for owning one of those homes. But I would argue, how is that different? In fact, I would argue that that's probably more challenging in a neighborhood, because that's also on a collector road, and it's 2 dwellings per lot, 5 units attached. I would think that is significantly more challenging than detached 0 lot line homes. So again, unless there's something else that comes forward, I can't support reverting back to what we had. I think it puts a challenge in on the developers. We've seen developers have come and asked for this in areas that they've been thinking about moving forward, and then they've changed their plans, they've gone forward. So it's costing developers extra time, it's costing the developers extra money to come for this extra step. And we have controls in place, and we have the opportunity through the land use bylaw to continue to put controls in place. Future councils have the opportunity annually to review this and to change anything that may need to be changed. And I would argue backwards or forwards, it's not any different. All going backwards is that anything that's been previously approved gets grandfathered forwards. And we have lots of those examples throughout the community in respect to different types of development. So the last thing that I'll say as I wrap up here, Your Worship, is one of the other significant changes in the land use bylaw that nobody's talked about is parking. There's been some significant changes in respect to parking, and even in the first reading, there was very little conversation around it. Tonight, there's been no conversation. I would ask every member of council to think back. What have we had more conversations of from residents? What's gone before SDAB for challenges to variances that have been issued by the town? Has it been variances to lot width? Has it been allowance of 0 lot line? Or has it been parking? I would strongly argue that if there is one thing that we have heard plentiful from residents on, it's parking. Over and over and over again. Now, again, measured approach. I've gone through the land use bylaw. I've considered what I've heard from residents. I've considered what I feel is best for the community moving forward, and I agree with the changes that have been made to parking. But when I compare these side by side, I'm perplexed why we're having such a conversation around 0 lot line over parking based on what we've actually seen occur. And I feel very comfortable that we have a large set of restrictions that allows 0 lot lines to exist within the town of Stony Plain in a very metered and managed way that will be good for our community and provides a balance of opportunities for developers to provide and build different products to allow the market to choose what they'd like to purchase. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker, Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate Councillor Laurie bringing up all the other restrictions that fall under 0 lot lines. Because of those restrictions, that is the one reason I actually don't have a concern about the 0 lot line developments. When the previous stages came forward for West Terra and for South Creek, my first concern was parking. I didn't think there would have been enough. I had all these concerns about it. But watching all these restrictions get put in place to ensure that that doesn't become an issue makes me more comfortable to say that 0 light lines aren't a bad idea for the municipality, for the neighborhoods, not just the subdivisions or the stages. I don't currently sit here and agree with the motion that's been put forward to keep bringing it back to council for approval. When we have restrictions or rules put in place, our administration has done their due diligence to make sure that those major concerns aren't going to be coming forward. And again, like Councillor Laurie mentioned, SDAB is still an option. If somebody has issues, things like that, right? We're looking at what's good for our community, where we want to see housing. I would rather see 11 zero lot lines versus 11 sets of row housing any day of the week, right? You go, and unfortunately, Councilor, right now I'm going to pick on you. You go in behind the hospital, right? And you see the homes there where they're row housing and they're duplexes, and there's no parking. People are on the street, you can barely get through, right? I moved from Greybrier, it was the same issue. You couldn't get through 2 lanes of traffic, right? We've made changes, we developed. So I still have faith that our administration will monitor zero lot lines. They will continue to see what might need to be improved on. And who knows, maybe that really is the direction residents would like to see, is to have that zero lot line option. So as I sit here right now, I am not in favor of this motion unless my council colleagues can change my mind on that. That's all.
Thank you. Any more comments and debate on the motion, on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for bringing this forward, Councilor Anderson. I do kind of agree with some of the points that are made by all members of council. It is, again, a stepping stone for the town of Stony Plain as we continue to evolve and change the offerings that we have in the community. You know, when I read this bylaw the first time, it came through first reading, and then again had the opportunity to review it quite a few times before coming to second reading, public hearing. Is that, you know, I think we're doing a good job of what we're doing in terms of having a very measured approach. Do you think I agree with the numbers that were provided by administration? Wasn't too quite comfortable with that. I would like to see that reduced a little bit later on. However, that's not up for the conversation right now. The conversation is now, do we go back to what we had originally? And I don't think I can support that as we continue to go and offer more housing options and opportunities for our residents. One of the reasons why I will not is because we already have restrictions set out for zero lot lines, more than any other building development we have in our community. We don't have any restrictions or pages where it says rural housing. This is how you have to build them. You can't build them across from each other. You can't. We don't have that. We don't have restrictions on M1 industrial or commercial. I went through the entire land use bylaw times. You know, in R1, R2, R4, and a few of the other ones that I was written down there, R8, they have different opportunities, but there's no restrictions on that. For example, I looked at R1, it says you can have two dwelling units per lot. But we don't regulate what percentage of those 2 dwellings are. We don't say out of those R1 lots, only 50% of them can be 2 dwellings or duplexes. So why are we doing it for this? I look at our R8, we have restrictions in terms of how we want to build that, the density, and the maximum height, but we don't have any restrictions that says, you know, we can't have more than, you know, 3 apartment buildings that are R8 in an R8 zone. So in terms of what we want to do for our residents and to our builders is to provide that balance. And I think we are achieving that balance, but having that removed does not achieve that balance. I'd look to see a little bit further on if this motion passes or fails, that there may be subsequent motions that adjust that so that we develop this land use plan that is uniquely Stony Plain. I think having some percentages is uniquely Stony Plain. I just would not support the current motion, and I do not currently support the percentages that are outlined by the administration. Councilor Hansard?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, please, for point of clarity. If Councilor Anderson's motion fails, we're open to discuss the motion that Councilor Laurie had said earlier he wanted to bring forward. If Councilor Anderson's motion passes, are we still open for Councilor Laurie to come back with a motion?
Well, not a similar motion, because then that 50% would no longer exist.
Wouldn't be there.
So it would not be there.
Well, his motion initially, I believe, was put forward as an amendment
Now, his motion was the amendment to remove the 50% in a subdivision stage. This amendment now removes the 50% and removes the 30%, like the 20%. So it would not, if this motion passes, they would not be in the land use bylaw.
Okay.
So that amendment, nothing to amend.
Okay, so help me with one more part of this. I think the 50% sounds scary. Does anything allow 20% to be discussed?
So another motion can be made forward to adjust those?
So we'd be talking a third motion?
No, we'll be talking after, if this motion passes or fails, there could be another motion. So that'd be the,
You're sure there's going to be another motion?
well, there could be many motions. We're doing land use bylaw. Did you see the number of changes that are recommended? So there could be plenty of motions and amendments to change it.
Okay,
So
so,
currently, right now, we're dealing with the 20% of a neighborhood, so in ASP, and 50% of a subdivision stage.
and nothing on the table, and nothing that we've discussed so far gets rid of the 50 and allows us to talk 20%.
If this motion passes, this amendment, then it's all off the table and we can't talk about it.
If this motion fails, does anything allow us to talk
Yes.
20% without 50%?
If this motion amendment fails, then there is an opportunity for another amendment to change those percentages.
And the 20% applies to the neighborhood or the smaller subdivision?
Then that would be the neighborhood, which is the entire ASP.
Okay. With that, please, further clarification. Westera is one of those neighborhoods that would have made, for sure, one of our residents in another neighborhood very happy. And he said to me one time when we had a gathering that he wanted to see no substandard housing, only single-family, large single-family lots in his neighborhood, which kind of scared me because we have integrated housing in almost every neighborhood. Integrated meaning all kinds of housing. And I didn't particularly like what I thought was a bit of an elitist attitude. However, Westera, other than some duplexes, I believe, is primarily single-family dwelling units, the whole of it, and it's a big subdivision. This discussion around phase 17, 18, 19 basically would be a bit of a balancing of that whole subdivision. Am I looking at that correctly?
That is accurate to what it is, but also there is R3, R8 development on, that's just off Highway 628, and that's Westera Manor, which is part of the Westera subdivision.
Well, Westera Manor is not, oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Westera in and of itself. I guess that apartment building is part of Westera. I don't usually think of it that way. So that is the only multi-unit, dwelling unit building or housing available, other than duplexes.
Yeah, so we have other multifamily residents, which is duplexes, so yes, correct.
Well, okay. All right, but in my world, duplexes are still considered single-family housing. So, thank you for that clarity. It still doesn't clarify my vote, because I won't know till you call the vote what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hanson, Deputy Premier. Any more before I go to the mover of the amendment? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge my colleagues. I think there's been some very, very good comments, some very good discussion and debate. I'd like to start my final comments just by addressing a couple of things that were shared over the last few minutes here, and I'll thank a colleague that brought up parking. I do actually have two motions around parking, But this came up first, and I think that's why we've given it the time and attention prior to anything around parking. One of the comments that was made was that zero lot lines isn't a bad idea. And I can echo that. And I'm not sitting here saying zero lot lines is a bad idea. I'm not saying that it's what the majority of residents may or may not want to see. What I'm saying is within the circle of influence that I have, in the circle of residents that I engage with, and the conversations that I've had, what I'm hearing is that zero lot lines are not preferred in our community. That doesn't mean my colleagues haven't heard different perspectives from others, but I think we need to acknowledge that there's feedback on both sides, and this is certainly one of those gray areas that could go either way. And we are seeing municipalities move forward with it, but we also see municipalities moving away from it. We've seen municipalities sort of jump in and then have to retract and put in further restrictions and live with some of the regrets that were in place because of the steps that they took. One of my colleagues made the comment that we are uniquely Stony Plain, and I had that on my page as something that I wanted to say as well, and I think that's true. But what makes us unique is that we are a growing community that has been able to, through decisions of council this term and previous, and administration, and the feedback of the community, to maintain a small town feel. We've continued to be uniquely Stony Plain because we haven't done what everybody else is doing. And I think that's an important piece here. It's not saying zero lot line has no place in our community, but it's saying we've taken a measured approach over the last couple of years, and now we want to jump to a similar standard to what neighboring communities have without seeing the fruition of those zero lot line neighborhoods be built out, to see how it impacts municipal services, to see how it impacts residents in the community. There was a community that jumped into zero lot lines a couple of years ago. They ended up retracting it. And I'm just going to share a couple of words that came out of their council because it hits home for me. I knew that this would be built well. You know, I have full confidence in our developers and our builders because they do good work in our community. I get the economics behind it, is what it went on to say. And we've heard that from our developers, and we've heard the impact of potentially reducing costs and, increasing profits and that sort of thing. But the individual went on to say, I just can't wrap my head around the feel and the change to our town's identity. And what I fear is jumping to 50 and 20 without being able to gather the feedback, I think is just a little bit too soon. It was alluded to that we have an election coming up. And I think this is one of those things, whether it's members of our current council who may choose to run again, or new candidates that are stepping into the municipal governance world, to have those conversations door to door, to gauge the temperature and feeling of the community for something that does have the potential to have significant impacts. We're not saying no. We're not trying to remove zero lot lines from our community. We're just saying we want to continue with a measured approach that we've undertaken over the last 2 years to be able to gather the evidence that we've been looking for since the beginning and is not available to us yet from our own community. We have reports, we have anecdotes, we have feelings from other municipalities and their experiences, but we've yet to gather that for our own. And so I think we need to maintain what makes us unique, and it's taking that measured approach. Just to pull some words from our annual development report that was mentioned earlier, it says it's vital for the town to understand how this new type of development may impact the community, and we're not there yet. It says this type of development, although there are benefits, and it lists a few, may also introduce certain challenges. It's important that we carefully monitor select impacts so that we can assess whether they're meeting their goals without negative impacts in our community. So this is our own annual development report, copy and pasted into a document in front of me. This proactive approach will allow, which I added, allows for adjustments in policies, districting design strategies to mitigate challenges, and I think this is the key, to enhance the long-term viability of this development typology. Not, let's try it, let's put 20 and 50, another term council can revoke it. I would suggest we take the measured approach that we've undertaken. We gather the feedback that we're looking for so that when we put a standard in place for uniquely Stony Plain, it's a long-term viable strategy and offering for the residents of our community. With that being said, I would encourage council to continue to take those prudent steps to allow us the opportunity to measure the impact before we take a step like this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. With that, Administration, can you read the amendment, please?
Thank you, through your worship. That bylaw 2719/LUO/25 be amended by removing the following clause. Clause 3.25.12, where a subdivision is planned to include one or more lots for zero lot line development, a maximum of 50% of the total number of lots within the subdivision may be planned for zero lot line development. And further, that clause 3.25.113 be amended to replace zero lot line development is only allowed where shown to comprise up to 20% of the total residential lots in a neighborhood, with zero lot line development is only allowed where shown in figure 3.25.0.13, and further be amended by adding a mapping figure to outline the lots allowed for zero lot line development to follow this clause.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, that was a long conversation and a lot of debate for the amendment. So with that, we've heard some good dialogue and debate, some questions of clarity. We heard some closing comments from the mover, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. And that is carried. Thank you. All right, so moving back to our original conversation, we're back to the land use bylaw with the amendments. Okay, members of council, let's take a quick recess, and then we'll come back to continue to discuss 8.1. All right, welcome back from our recess, and then moving on, continuing with our second reading. We had a very good debate and an amendment and a conversation there amongst the council, and now we're moving back to the motion as amended. Members of council, as you can see, there's quite a few other changes that administration is suggesting to us. Questions, comments, and debate on that? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 277, again, this is the red line version showing the changes. I have a motion. I would like to remove what is now item 9. A real property report must be submitted to the municipality after construction of the foundation and prior to the framing construction. And then once that is ready, I can speak to that.
Right, so members of council, if you can turn to page 277, and that is the number 9, the removal of the RPR. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this is something that since the inception of zero lot line has never really sat easy with me. And again, in all the feedback we've received from the development community, who are the experts in this matter, again, it doesn't really make sense. And we've never really been able to get some good information as to why it's required. Essentially what this is stating is that in the construction of a zero lot line home, a developer is required to take an extra step to get a survey of the property done to ensure that the foundation has been placed in the correct spot and does not impinge on the neighboring property. Again, trying to include comparison and trying to make sure that we are equal, even, and equitable across the board, we do not require this for other residential build forms, including any type of attached dwelling. So any type of row housing, any type of duplex, etc., does not require a survey and a real property report to be done of the foundation placement to ensure that the foundation does not go one way or another onto the neighboring property. We don't require a survey on, say, a detached R1, R2 to make sure that the the setbacks are 100% complete and accurate, and so on and so forth. Build outlines it quite well. Again, that this, while not necessarily major, it does add additional cost to a builder in the actual provision of the survey itself. It requires time, so depending on the availability of surveyors and the generation of the report, which in that time, we now have open excavation that is continuing to sit because it cannot be backfilled until such a time as this has been approved, for the very unlikely chance that the foundation was in the wrong spot. And then ultimately, the builders are legally responsible and held liable should that foundation not be placed in the right location. So should that concern arise at any point, they are then required to remediate any problems. So as it states in the letter, and I'll take a quote directly from it, builders recognize their responsibility to remediate any problems and are highly motivated to get it right the first time. I'm pretty sure a builder is not going to put a foundation in that they are not 100% confident it is in the correct location, because that would be a monstrous challenge to have to replace that foundation, let alone if it was found after the construction of the house was complete. So unless I hear otherwise, some information that's never come forward in regards to this, again, in the encouragement of trying to ensure that our developers have a smooth, equal, equitable, and fair process, I think this should be removed. There's been no information provided that has shown this to be an issue even in other jurisdictions and other areas, and therefore I don't see any supporting reason as to why this should remain here.
Okay, thank you for your motion and your opening statement. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I would concur with that, the removal of this item. with Councillor Lori's a motion to have that removed. First of all, it's a whole lot of what gets built above that foundation that causes encroachments and things like that that will affect whether a dwelling is completely within its property boundaries or not. And unless the builders are getting a group rate, the cheapest real property report that I know of that can be done is $800. They can cost $1,200 or $1,500. That's an unnecessary expense at this stage. If the builder goes ahead and builds it out and possibly builds a deck, that is now not going to be on a real property report, and they're going to have to get another real property report. You've now doubled the cost of a real property report, survey and real property report for that developer on one unit of housing, which will, even for that first buyer, keep that unit from being that much more affordable. So I think that that probably should not be there as well.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly appreciate this coming forward. I do have a question for administration, and that just connects to this idea of a builder's responsibility to remediate. Certainly, once a home is built, there's going to be a significant cost to remediate that. And so if it is found by a homeowner, a property owner, that that has not been built correctly, what does that remediation look like? Is it a matter of, the builder has to buy that extra area of land? Like, I would imagine we're not tearing down a foundation that's, 6 or 12 inches over a line. So just what recourse would a homeowner have if that home was not built where it should be and crossed over into a neighboring lot?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. Ultimately, the homeowner or the owner of the land is responsible for any contraventions that are there. During transfer of sale, things may come to light which notify the owner of the land. However, ultimately, the responsibility falls with that owner. There may be some recourse for them to pursue civil actions with the builder if there were contraventions, but it's not something the municipality would get involved in. The reason for these RPRs is that we've proceeded with an abundance of caution and looking for some additional quality assurance. The risks and some of the differences between this housing form and say a duplex is that if this in theory a zero lot line property is built too close or beyond the lot line, there's a potential that it is then too close to the next building. Not only by our land use bylaw standards, but by the Alberta Building Code standards, creating a safety impact. So that's why the regulation's there. If there were any contraventions found, it would depend who the owner of the property is at that time, and then any recourse that owner would have with the builder would be a civil matter.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I may follow that up, Mr. Mayor, so it would be on the onus of the new buyer to pay the cost to have a real property report done to ensure that the home they're buying has been built on the land or the lot that they've purchased.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, the town does not require a real property report for transfer of sale. It's not something that we're involved in. What typically happens is that the lender of the mortgage requires either tenant insurance property insurance or a survey to show that things are located and built legally. That's a responsibility that the lender usually puts on the buyer. So it's not something that we're requiring. It's something that, yes, a homeowner may come into possession of, may not. It's really up to their lender whether or not it's required.
Is there a requirement at any point in the build-out of a home for a builder to complete a real property report? Say, before they start, on completion? Is there an expectation throughout that process at all?
Through your worship to Councilor Anderson, at the start of the project, they will have a survey which shows where their lot lines are. Then they design the plot plan or the site plan, which shows where they propose to build buildings, which is what is used to approve a permit. Other than this regulation, there is not another step that would require a real property report to demonstrate where the building actually sits, other than this regulation.
Okay.
Okay.
Any follow-up on that?
I'm gonna stop there for now and allow some others. I need to digest that a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And in terms of that, like the town does not require a real property report for that?
To your worship, as the bylaw is currently written, it will be required in the cases of zero lot line developments. We do not require one for other sites. However, should a complaint be received, it could be a matter of enforcement that one is required, and that would happen on a case-by-case basis, provided complaints are received.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Point of clarity, Your Worship, and maybe I'm not understanding this properly and would gladly get some clarity. My understanding is that in the rough grade approval process, the builder is required to have the lot surveyed by a certified surveyor who then prepares and submit the lot grading certificate to the Town of Stony Plain Engineering Department. Would that not state if the foundation was not where it was supposed to be?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, the intention of lot grading certificate, yes, someone is there to verify the grades. And that is the purpose of that step, is to check that the drainage is being designed correctly. It's not specifically to verify setbacks.
Okay, I think the question is like, so if they're verifying the lot grading and drainage, would or not they have to have like the outline of the building on there so they know where it is?
Given the maintenance.
Because if you're gonna do like how do you know if it's too close or too far if you don't have that penciled in?
To your worship and to all of council. So yes, the locations of things may be there. However, the document is going to be focused on the grading. Additionally, that would be provided at a different stage, where likely the construction is near completion or has been completed.
Okay, thank you for that, clear. Any other questions, comments, and go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, what the town requires for real property report is one thing. If we're talking one of the whole ideas around zero lot line is to hopefully provide, at least for the first-time buyer, a more affordable product, the buyer's lawyer is going to require a real property report to be done by the builder, to be supplied in order for the lawyer to be able to transfer title, etc. So what the town requires and what a lawyer requires is going to affect the buyer, the owner. And the bottom line is, I've dealt with a lot of surveys. Most surveys are dealing with placement of buildings, placement of fences, placement of decks, sheds, anything else on that property. I don't know a single real property report that I've handled in 24 years that has ever spoken to the grade. That's not topographical, it's boundary-driven, placement-driven. So if there's something else that I need to be educated on, I'd appreciate that.
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Hansard, it is common for an RPR to show points of elevation. In particular, the four corners of a standard single residential lot are typically shown. Other points of elevation where the foundation sits are typically shown. You are correct, however, that the intent of a real property report is location-based and setback-based typically, whereas a lot grading report may have more specific details about slopes and drainage patterns.
Right, anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, is that included in a real property report? We're discussing a motion to remove the requirement for the real property report, the survey. Am I understanding that there's a part of a survey that includes the grading?
Yeah, so in our land use bylaw, there is a rough grade, final grade, where we have to determine that, that the property is graded properly so the water runs off to where it's supposed to be.
Is that part of a survey?
That is part of a survey.
And that's what a real property report is?
Yes, and I think administration has made that clear that it is part of that survey, but it's not the focus of that survey. That survey is looking at slope and grade, so as long as that property has a 2% grade from the foundation to the eases or to the front of the house, the water flows properly, and therefore there should be no chances of flooding. And so I think the idea was that lot grading, which that shows the property on there, does not state if it's too close to a property line or not too close to the property line, et cetera. And that is what I understand. Administration?
Through your worship and Deputy Mayor and all of council, so I thought I'd like to take a second and just maybe clarify a couple of things. As the supervisor just mentioned, the RPR and the lot grading reports, they do surveys. They will. It is part of a survey. We do get elevations. It collects information on the lots in different ways. So while an RPR is meant to understand where things are, the rough grade, final grade inspections give us a more general idea of how the elevations are interacting with the overall site. They don't necessarily get into the same level of detail as an RPR on where things are on the site, as the supervisor mentioned. While they both do involve a survey, they do different jobs, and that's why they have different requirements at different points as we go through the process. They are ultimately things that we do both. What they do share is we do use them both for as part of the ultimate development of the lot.
Good?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. I learned something.
Okay. So I think we're talking lots about the RPR. And so in terms of when we have a duplex, which is subdivided out as a duplex, which means the middle line has to be in the middle of the lot, we don't require an RPR for that to make sure that wall that separates the duplexes is actually on the property line.
And to your worship, that's correct.
So if we don't have that for a duplex or a fourplex or a threeplex, why do we have it for zero lot line? Because it's the same thing, it's on the property line.
To your worship, they are built on the property line. That's correct. The reason why there is a requirement for zero lot lines and not for those situations that you just mentioned is, number one, learning from other municipalities and the desire for an additional check and balance. Number two, if a zero lot line home, being a single detached home, is built too close or not exactly on that lot line, the potential for it to be too close to another building is high, which may not comply with the zoning bylaw, but additionally the Alberta Building Code, which could present a safety risk.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to administration, again referring to the various requirements that the town of Stony Plain has. In regards to the zero lot line developments, my understanding from reading through all the provisions is that the minimum distance between dwellings is 1.5 meters. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, that is correct.
Excellent, thank you. And so then again, referring to the lot grading guide produced by the town of Stony Plain, in the zero lot line housing, it states on top of the general lot grading guidelines that must be met, special attention must be paid to internal drainage easement that runs down one side of the lot. The swale must be a minimum of 1.5 meters wide, with the sidewalls having a minimum slope of 10%. Nothing is to be built in the drainage easement, not even fencing. Fencing on zero lot line housing follows the scheme shown below, connecting the corner of one house to the corner of the next. So again, the report that the town will receive in respect to the grading would have to show the minimum 1.5 meter wide swale achieved in between the zero lot line properties, which would then ensure that it complies with the minimum 1.5 meter requirement in the land use bylaw, which would then ensure it's also in compliance with the Alberta Building Code. Would that not be correct? And would that not be sufficient to meet the intention?
Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, it is very likely that whatever plan survey would show the locations of buildings at that stage. I think the reason that this regulation is there and specifies after foundation, before framing, has the intention to intervene as soon as possible if any issues are noticed. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Again, as a follow-up, by not intervening at that point in time, does the town of Stony Plain assume any responsibility?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, the town does not have a responsibility as the contravener of the bylaw. Like I said before, that would fall to the landowner, potentially the person responsible for the contravention, implying the builder. We do have a responsibility to ensure public safety. If we are aware of compliance issues with the land use bylaw and the Alberta Building Code, we do typically take corrective action.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, and then referring back to my original question, if the rough grading certificate requirement states that we must achieve, or that the builder must achieve a minimum of 1.5 meter wide swale, which then meets the minimum allowance in the land use bylaw, which then meets the Alberta Building Code, are we not ensuring compliance?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, we likely are able to ensure compliance at that stage.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councilor Pletchko?
Just for clarity, though, that rough grade is usually after the walls have gone up.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, typically yes, yeah.
Yeah, so there is a potential for a safety or hazard issue along the way prior to that certificate coming, and you also have the ability to have a building that's completely built that would require what at whose cost?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the amendment?
Mr.
Deputy-
Mayor,
Deputy Mayor?
I'm still trying to understand this whole discussion about swale. In a zero lot line property, a home sits right on the property line on one side. Any yard would extend to the other side. Is the swale on that other side, which will touch the boundary of the next house? Houses aren't up against each other, they're just up against a property line.
Right. So the easiest way to look at that is on page 278, and that's the red line version where it's mentioned. So the property line is from the zero lot line where the foundation is built, and it's 1.5 over to the next property. So
Okay, but Mr. Mayor, are we talking about a swale on both sides of a zero lot line? There'd be no way to do that because you'd have a swale running through a house on one side or under a house and on the neighbor's property, and on the other side, it's on one house's yard, but into the next building,
Okay.
on the next property, so I don't understand that.
Okay, if council can turn to page 278 of our agenda
I
package.
was on that.
Okay, so if you can imagine where the swale is right now, where the swale starts at the edge of the one property, and goes 1.5 meters into the property. So you think the next one over would be the same thing, we'll start on the edge of that property and move over one more. And then the next property with the same thing, you'll start on the far edge and move over one more.
And Mr. Mayor, where's the swale?
The swale is right there where it says maintenance drainage easement swale on page 278.
I understand, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for clarity. Not being a builder, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. As it currently reads without the amendment, or in the proposed copy here, currently, a real property report is submitted to the municipality after construction of the footings and prior to the foundation. And now we're looking at the foundation versus the framing. And so maybe just some quick clarity for a non-home builder on the difference there and why the change from the footing to the foundation. The reason I ask that is it would feel like remediating it sooner than later would make sense, but it sounds like moving it a little bit later in the build process.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, yes, you're correct that the original intent of the bylaw was to intervene as soon as possible, provided any issues were noticed. Through discussions with the industry, surveyors, and builders over the past year or two, while things have been building out, we've noticed that this is actually quite difficult for them to achieve. There are some safety concerns for the surveyors in accessing the site at that time. Additionally, the degree of accuracy when they're surveying footings as opposed to after foundation is not as good. So it was primarily recommendation of industry.
All right, I will pick Councillor Plechko's brain after this, because in my head, the foundation was built on the footing. So if one was correct, the other one would be correct. But I digress. I'll ask for some clarity after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think not being a builder myself, I think it could be confusing. I think it's the act when the footings are there. It's harder you have to actually put a pin up. So danger of getting somebody in there to hold the stick so you can see where the line is. So when it's built, you can use the laser against the side of the foundation versus trying to get a stick in there to go have the stick to where the foundation is.
Those in the know are nodding their heads, so I'll say, I gotcha. Thank you.
I think that's what it is. When I read that, that's like footings is down here, building the walls up there. So that's. I know this is a good conversation. So we're all learning a bit about development industry and how things work. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Laurie. Question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through to administration. You referenced again feedback from the industry in regards to the RPR and when the RPR is required and so on and so forth. What's the feedback from the industry in regards to the requirement of the RPR? What other municipalities and areas require an RPR at this phase of construction?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, as you read in the letter, I think their desire is not to have this requirement in the bylaw. They believe that they can build with a degree of accuracy and that the existing frameworks for enforcement and procedure, provided any contraventions, are sufficient.
Okay, I didn't answer the question. How many municipalities require this?
To your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council, I'm not aware off the top of my head exactly how many municipalities in Alberta are requiring it. Regionally, I know that it was part of our best practice review and came out of recommendations from other municipalities.
Okay, so after on the review, best practice, 50% said it was good, 60% said it was good.
To your worship, I'm not aware of the specific number of municipalities that do or don't require it at this time, but I can provide that number.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a point of clarity, I've done some research into this, and I have been hard-pressed to find a municipality that has this in there. And maybe I'm not looking in the right spot, but I have not seen this in comparable zero lot line bylaws and land use bylaws, which is part of the reason why I've brought this forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none. This is an interesting one for me because I've read this a couple times and I understood why we were trying to keep it in there. And I understand why we attempt to remove it. Again, I think it's another additional hurdle for our developers. However, I think at this point in time, considering that we're going to keep the zero lot lines coming back to council, I think as a prudent step that maybe this should stay there as well. In terms of fire safety, I think we've debated this thing quite a few times around what is allowed in terms of fire regulations for sprinklers or not sprinklers. And one of my biggest concerns was that if we had a single family that was 3 feet from the property line and 3 feet from the property line, which makes it 6 feet from the actual building to building, did not qualify as fire safety. You needed actually 5 feet. But from a zero lot line to another zero lot line, which is 1.5 meters, is 5 feet, that qualifies. And to me, that makes no sense because you have 6 feet, which is further away from construction, combustible materials, but you have 5, which is allowed. So to me, I think because of that, in terms of safety-wise, that you were not allowed, were allowed not to have sprinklers because it's 1.5 meters away from the property line. I would more err on the caution to make sure that that zero lot line is actually on the property line, so it adheres to that. And so that's the reason why I will not support the amendment at this point in time, and we'll definitely look forward to reviewing this a little bit later. Hopefully next year we can have that conversation again. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, appreciate all the conversation that has gone on there and appreciate the abundance of caution that we've proceeded with. Again, I'm just looking at this as that the comparison in respect to fairness, equitable, and so on and so forth. By all of the other controls we have in place, I believe we have processes in where this would not be an issue that would be missed. And I believe that requirement to have the developer, again, as we discussed earlier, about ensuring, that we have the variety of product in regards to whether or not zero lot line would or wouldn't result in a more affordable home and so on and so forth. If we're adding in regulations or keeping in regulations that increase the cost by requiring an additional item such as the survey, that increase costs in respect to the fact of the time, there is a safety factor in regards to the open excavation that remains, which we already talked about was part of the reason in respect to the changes to the point in time when the survey is done. And it just seems like another redundant clause in here. It seems like an overly cautious approach to an already cautious process. And again, in comparing our development standards to the rest, I am happy to have higher than average and higher than standard development practices to a certain point. When we get to a point where I feel that the development practices are ones that would cause a hindrance or ones that, again, exceed above and beyond what is reasonable, I don't agree with having those. And again, I've talked about this before, and that's why I'm bringing it forward again this evening. I think we're seeing that feedback from the industry. I think we have enough controls in place in regards to this specific issue, and I don't feel that we need to cause an additional expense or an additional delay at a different time in construction just to satisfy I'll call it triple check.
Thank you for closing, Councilor Laurie. With that, administration, can you read back the proposed amendment, as it's been a while since we first heard it?
Through your worship, that bylaw 2719/LUO/25 be amended by removing clause 3.25.19. A real property report must be submitted to the municipality after construction of the foundation and prior to the framing construction.
Thank you, members of council. Good conversation and good debate on the amendment. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. Right, members of council, we're going back. So Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if the red line number 13, it's actually a sentence, so I can't, it's under
Page number?
9.E.
page
On
number?
page 277, it's the very last item on that page we're looking at. It refers to the 20%. Do we need to remove that? And I'm wondering if there are other places that this needs to be checked.
No, that was the red line version, so the motion was to remove it, so that has been removed. So that would be removed before we signed it, because this was already in there as a recommendation, and the motion.
So it will automatically come out as a result of the motion made earlier this.
Yes, the administration is
Okay.
tracking the amendments to that, and then they
Okay.
will, as we debate this a little bit further, we'll do for second reading, and then we'll go for third reading, and before it comes back for signature, everything will be all changed.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, members of council, any other questions, comments, and debate? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I alluded to, I do have a couple of motions related to parking. Excuse me. So I'll start with the first one, and then depending on how that goes, you can let me know about the second one. I'm looking at page 117. And I'm looking at specifically the bottom of the second table. This is table 4.1.1 B, off-street parking requirements for non-residential uses. There was a amendment made from our current land use bylaw to the draft before us that changed the requirements of the minimum number of parking spaces for elementary and junior high schools from 3 spaces that has been reduced to 2 spaces per classroom. And I would like to make a motion to increase that back to the 3 spaces per classroom.
Okay, before we do that, I just want to seek some clarity, because when I was reading through the proposed changes, so the elementary school lot building, page 117, was 3 and is recommended to go down to 2, but the junior high school was 2 and it's staying at 2. Is that correct? Or is the whole thing going from 3 to 2?
As it exists in the draft that's before,
Administration.
Oh, my apologies.
Through your worship, it would only be recommended to be reduced in the cases of elementary, not for high schools.
No, so on page 117, it says elementary and junior high schools. And it says the recommendation is for 2 spaces per classroom.
I believe in the red line version, Mr. Mayor, page 282, it did initially show 3 spaces per classroom for elementary and junior high schools.
Okay.
So I'm looking at page 282, the red line version.
Okay, on the track changes, that was part of it. It just says 3 per classroom for elementary, and then there were 2 spaces per classroom for elementary. So is it 3 to 2? So why wasn't the junior highs listed on the track changes?
To your worship and all of council, the table 4.1.1B
Right.
on page 282 references a rate for elementary and junior high schools as one rate together.
Okay.
And it's 3 amended to 2, proposed to be 2 spaces per classroom.
Okay, so that is for both the elementary and the junior high.
Junior high, yes. High school, no.
Okay, where did the high school come in here? This is elementary and junior high. Nobody talked about high school.
Okay, correct, your worship.
So I'm just double checking with Councilor Anderson. So it is the junior high, the elementary and junior high to 3 parking spaces per classroom.
Yes, sir. So just as it's written on the screen there.
Point of clarity, Your Worship, I understand what you're talking about. On page 332, it just said 3 spaces from classrooms from elementary, and the recommendation was 2 spaces. And you're wondering why it just says elementary versus elementary and junior high as stated in the red line version, correct?
That is correct. Because when I was tracking the changes, because it is a large document, and under the track changes on page 332, it only lists elementary schools. So there's no mention of junior high schools there.
Do your worship and all of council, yes, please refer to the red line version, which references the rate for both elementary and junior high.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Anderson, with your opening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, working in elementary, junior high schools, parking is certainly at a premium. And there's always, sorry, actually, let me back up just for a second, but we've heard even with Westview, number of comments from residents about the parking in front of their home for school drop-off and so on. Staff, parent volunteers coming to the school, visiting sports teams, coming for, sports event, that sort of thing, already don't have the parking that they necessarily need, and that spills over into the neighborhood at times, which I think is okay. We certainly can't plan for the largest event all the time, but I think understanding that the parking is already at a premium in our educational institutions, that we would be amiss to reduce the requirements moving forward, hence the recommendation to return it to 3 spaces per classroom.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Anderson. Members of Council, so the amendments on the floor. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just make a minor comment to it. I'm not 100% sold one way or another on this. Again, the number of parking spaces this is going to change is fairly minor. Again, Westview was referenced. I'm fortunate to have a student at Westview and have experienced all kinds of traffic in that area. And I would argue that it's challenging in respect to parking because there are a small number of limited times where a large amount of parking is required. And no matter how much parking we provide at pickup and drop off, unless we increase this significantly, there's going to be traffic. And with 2 students at Memorial Composite High School, I can tell you that even at 15 spaces per classroom, the high school still experiences a significant issue with parking on streets and so on and so forth. The one thing that I want to bring forward with this is in respect to street parking. And the reality is, I hear a lot from residents about not liking having people parking on the street. The reality is, the street has a ability to accommodate parking. And so when we're hearing from people, and I've had these conversations with residents, there's a large difference in somebody is parking illegally and somebody is blocking a driveway or parking in a no stopping area or something like that, versus somebody is parking in front of a property and the person who either owns that property or is in that area does not like that people are parking there. And unfortunately, I find in a lot of times, and this happens in some of our residential subdivisions without schools as well, is that people get very frustrated with street parking because they feel that a space, for instance, in front of their home should be their space to park in. Whereas the provisions and the regulations it's street parking. And whomever occupies that space at that time is allowed to, as long as it complies within our traffic bylaws. And so, again, I'm marginal on this change. We don't build a lot of elementary and junior high schools, and I'd love to see more in the area, but the likelihood is, in my lifetime, we might see a handful more, so I don't think it's going to make an impactful difference one way or another. But I would suggest that, when we are looking at space and when we are looking at property size and so on and so forth, the ability to accommodate schools in areas where we need them. I don't want to create an exclusionary area because, of a parking issue when there is street parking available. Maybe a little bit different if for some reason there wasn't street parking available, but each of those is going to be a challenge on its own. One thing I will state is I think the school division may need to look at their parking as well, and they may need to stop delineating between what is necessarily teacher parking versus what is visitor parking. Because I have attended, particularly Westview and Memorial Composite High School at times, where the teacher parking lot is quite empty and the visitor parking lot is full. And so whether there needs to be some adjustment to the lot sizing or rules around times that's reserved and non-reserved or those type of things, I think there's a responsibility of the school division there to maybe have a look at that and make sure that they're utilizing the on-site parking as efficiently as possible for all of those who have needs to park, as was stated. When you're talking about whether it's sports or after-hours activities or things like that that occur at schools, oftentimes, most of the teachers are gone. And in some areas, you see that that parking lot does not get used, where the street parking is completely full. So I think there's a little bit of give and take. Again, I'll listen to the wisdom of the rest of the council, should anybody else have comments as to this specific motion. But in reality, I think it's a very minor change regardless.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, administration, can provide the number of total parking stalls that were created at Westview School and the total number of classrooms at Westview School? I'm asking just Westview School because that is our newest school that would have been built with the current land use bylaw.
To your worship, I don't have those numbers immediately, but I will put those together right away.
Go ahead, Councillor Loynes.
Thank you. Just for clarification, and maybe you might be able to even answer this one for me. When it's talking about parking spaces for elementary and junior high schools, is it talking about every elementary and junior high school we have in the town? Or is it talking specifically about PSD schools? Thinking about our Francophone school and how they're going to hopefully be building a solid building in the near future. And I'm just curious if this would fall under that as well, or the charter schools or anything like that.
Yep, it'd be every school that is built regardless of PSD, Evergreen School Division, or some of these schools that they mentioned had been built with prior regulations, which we cannot make them change because they're grandfathered in. So all new schools going forward that are elementary and junior high currently have this 3 per classroom. Getting that information. Any other questions, comments, and debate amongst members of council regarding the amendment? Seeing none.
Do you have the numbers? Did you count the stuff?
I did count the stalls. I just want to Google and count up the stalls. I'm going to leave it. I just don't know how many classrooms are there.
Your worship, I'm not sure, do we have an answer over there? I would presume we have to look up a building permit, which frankly is going to be pretty difficult at this point.
A rough count based on our own town's interactive public map, I can see that there's probably roughly about 86 spots.
Your worship, the number that I just pulled up off the building permit was 92 stalls. We're just confirming the number of classrooms. That's something that we have to manually count.
Okay, that's good. See, that's why I missed a couple there. But also there's lots of parking on the drop-off lanes and also the side of the building as well, which is not classified as parking stalls.
25 actual classrooms in addition to the auxiliary rooms.
So using the 92 stalls divided by 3 on current bylaw, then that means there should be 30 classrooms.
So I can just speak to
go ahead
what
and speak to
the
it.
expected enrollment is when these schools are built. We tend to look at 3 classes per grade, K to 9 in a elementary middle school. So that would be approximately 30 homeroom teachers. With that being said, some of our schools will have art kilns and an art teacher and that sort of thing that are classified as classrooms as well. So simply counting the number of teachers doesn't necessarily give an accurate result. You add in a number of support staff, EAs, custodians, et cetera. Certainly there, in my opinion, is need for the additional classrooms or the additional parking spaces. My apologies.
To your worship and all of council, I do have the approval, which has the formal numbers for you. So during the development review, it was noted that there was 37 classrooms at 30 stalls each. That's a requirement of 111 stalls.
So in terms of 111 stalls, so they did not provide the minimum requirement.
To your worship, I haven't done a recent site inspection. I'm not sure exactly what's there present day. It does occur occasionally that there are difference in the site plan that was originally proposed and approved. However, the permit that was issued was a requirement of 111 stalls at 37 classrooms.
Okay. So definitely, they could be a variance or things that we've seen in the past. Okay. Thank you for those numbers. Any other questions, comments, in debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will support the motion to, the amendment to increase it back to 3. I think being educated as a teacher with my Bachelor of Arts and doing some student teaching, definitely that adds to the number of parking stalls that are required. Not only do you have teachers, you have support staff, and then you also have the admin staff within the building itself. Then you also have student teachers and also the parent helpers. So having a little bit, having 3 versus 2 kind of accommodates some of that, and it takes some of the parking off the streets, so it allows parents that are picking students up and drop them off during those times will kind of alleviate the congestion and kind of the neighborhood angst or the street angst on that. So I will support the motion. Go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, appreciate the conversation and administration's support and some numbers here. The last thing I would say, and I think you clarified this already, is it's not an increase from what our current land use bylaw is. It's just looking at the draft and returning that number to what it's been in our recent history. And so would hope that my colleagues on council would support the motion.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Please read it again. So I think just making sure that there's lots of conversation going on, make sure that we understand exactly what we're voting on here. Go ahead.
That bylaw 2719/LUO/25, clause 4.1.1b, be amended to increase parking spaces for elementary and junior high schools to 3 spaces per classroom.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. That is carried. All right, back to second reading. Councilor Pacheco.
I have a general question. Can I ask it?
Go ahead.
Page 282 of 476. First question is, multi-unit dwelling. Can somebody clarify for me what it says after containing 1 or fewer? I see there's red highlighted stuff, but we can't read what's there.
Okay, so on page 282, table 4.11, I think it comes back here where we can't read it, so I think if you go to page 331, I believe it has a little more spread out there on page 332 and 332 and 331. I think it kind of collapses both of those together.
Can you tell me which specific line that is?
So I think it is the existing spaces per dwelling unit containing 1 or fewer bedrooms and 1.5 spaces per dwellings of 2 units or more bedrooms. And then the proposed is 1 space per dwelling for all dwelling units within a multi-unit development.
Your worship, I was just discussing with our supervisor here. That seems correct, what your assessment there.
It seems correct, or it is correct?
It is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question for clarity. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor, I'll pass you the chair. Deputy Mayor, I'll pass you the chair.
Okay. Was Councillor Anderson wanting to speak or make the motion?
No, I pass you the chair so I can make a motion.
Okay, you want me to take over?
But if you don't want to take the chair, I'll take it back. And
No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. So, Mr. Mayor, did you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So on page 331 of the agenda, 331 and 476. So a little while ago, we had a parking study that was done. It was presented to council, and they talked about different things in terms of affordability, reducing poverty and homelessness, and getting accessibility here. I do understand that we're trying to achieve all those things, but I think reducing the amount of parking stalls for multi-dwellings to one for every dwelling unit, regardless of bedroom size, is probably not the current proper way to go at this point in time. I think we should reduce it, but not to the extent that it is. So I'd like to propose a motion to amend this part of 4.1.1.a, is that that will be that one space per dwelling unit containing one or fewer bedrooms, and 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit with 2 or more bedrooms.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the motion. What I would like to do now is open it for council to speak to that. Councillor Anderson?
Did you want me to first? Can I
Oh, sorry,
have
I will
opening
let you
comments?
do that, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I do recognize the flexibility and the increase in the transit and the on-demand transit that we currently have, but I don't think it's at the point where it needs to be right now to reduce the parking requirements for all dwelling units in a multi-family unit. I think throughout the years of council, I've gone to many dwelling units, so a lot of the apartment buildings, and having friends that do have places in there that do rent, I've asked to go see the parking lots. And I would say that, yes, sometimes it is full, but majority of the time, it's not. But I think so there is a nice balance there. But reducing it down to one for every unit, I think that will add a lot of parking issues. But reducing it down to 1.25 will still allow those additional spots that people that do have 2 cars will be able to find a spot within the parking spaces, and then also before they move out to the streets.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions from council? Or comments? Yes, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this is one that I had flagged as well in consideration, but was willing to let it sit if there hadn't been. Just for clarity, so it was 1.25 stalls for all units above 1 bedroom?
That is correct.
Thank you. Yeah. I think where I really see parking come into play is when you have larger apartments. When we talk about our single-bedroom apartments, we don't often see too many challenges there. Originally, I had in my mind, if I was looking at a change to this, would have been 1 space for 1 and 2 bedroom units and 1.5 for 3 bedroom and above. So I think this kind of hits that happy medium. I'd be a little concerned if we had a full building of 2 bedroom units. It might be a little excess, but at the same time, I think most buildings have a balance between 1 and 3 bedroom. So I think I'd be inclined to support this the way that it's been presented. I think it's a good, reasonable approach that reduces a little bit to encourage a little bit more development and allow us to move forward with some projects that could be proposed while still maintaining a fair level of parking on site. So appreciate you bringing this forward, Your Worship.
Anyone else? Mr. Mayor, if I want to ask a question about that, may I, or do I need to hand the chair back to you?
You can ask.
Am I asking you, or may I ask
You
administration?
can ask the mover myself, or you can ask administration.
Okay, administration, please. It is my understanding that the town of Stony Plain does not have that many one-bedroom units. This is going into place to prepare for the places being built in the future, which may offer more one-bedroom units. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Hansard, yes, that's correct. This would be applicable to new developments.
Okay, because if we don't have hardly any one-bedrooms, now it's hard for council to get a perspective on what that looks like in a parking lot or for a building. May I ask you a question, Mr. Mayor? You propose 1.25. That means for every 4 units of dwelling units in a building, there would be 1 extra parking stall?
No, that's not how that the motion is worded. It's worded that currently, right now, we have 1 space for every 1-bedroom or bachelor suite. And it's 1.5 for everything that has 2 bedrooms or more.
Which most of ours are, correct?
Actually, most of ours were 1-bedrooms.
We don't have that many in Stony Plain.
So the idea is to understanding the need for development, the need for parking, and to find that balance. I would not support going down to 1 parking spot for every unit in a multi-dwelling apartment. I would like to have that 1.2 that kind of balances that to allow the people that have additional cars to find parking spaces.
And this is for new buildings being built in the future?
Yes, we cannot make anybody that's already currently built or building attached to agree to these bylaws without.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else wish to speak to this? All right, I'll call the question on that item. Would somebody read the bylaw, please? I'll read it. That bylaw 2719 LUO 25 clause 4.1.1.a related to multi-unit dwellings be amended to replace 1 space per dwelling unit with 1 space per dwelling unit containing 1 or fewer bedrooms and 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit with 2 or more bedrooms. I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries. Mr. Mayor, would you like the chair back?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that, taking the chair. Members of Council, we have back to second reading. Any more questions, comments, debate? Councilor Anderson, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one more parking-related motion, if I may, please, and that is specific to affordable housing developments, looking at page 117. It's my understanding that affordable housing developments weren't specified in the previous version of our land use bylaw. And so I'm going to, before I make my motion, look to administration. Just for clarity, where would affordable housing developments have fallen into our parking requirements previously, before it was broken out here in the draft before us? Go ahead.
Through your worship, Councilor Anderson, I think it's precisely that lack of clarity that is the issue. I don't know. It would have been comprehensively reviewed to determine if there was a level of support or if there were some aspects of the development that should qualify as supportive living, or if it was more truly, your standard multi-residential development, and we would have made a call. It would have been discretionary.
All right, I do appreciate that. I do have a follow-up. We're specific to supported living, so I'm just going to ask for some quick definitions, if I may. How are we defining supported living as opposed to affordable housing for the purposes here?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Anderson. I can read you the supportive living definition. So as currently drafted in the land use bylaw, supportive living, a residential development in a congregate setting that provides access to professional services, including room and board services, that may provide on-site nursing care, light housekeeping services, personal care assistance, and social and recreational support, but does not include group homes.
And then affordable housing, again, if you may, just a definition there, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, affordable housing typically includes a certain degree of non-market rate homes that are being offered on the market. May also include some communal amenities, things of that nature. So the main thing is the affordability of the units being offered below market rate. This typically involves some relationships or agreements between lenders or other provincial or public associations or agencies.
Okay, thank you. So typically, affordable housing would be speaking to a multi-unit dwelling, it sounds like.
Through your worship, Councillor Anderson, that's correct. It's typically the feasibility requires a certain level of density.
Perfect, thank you. And certainly in the mayor's comments in the last motion that was on the table, spoke to some of the points that I would have here around our transit system progressing, but maybe not being as robust as we need it to be to ensure that it's available for everyone that requires it. You know, we still hear from people who are trying to access the on-demand and aren't able to because we don't have the capacity to support everybody that wants it. With that being said, I think I don't want there to be a misunderstanding around affordable housing that because someone accesses affordable housing, they can't afford a vehicle. And certainly a lot of people that are in affordable housing will need a vehicle to transport their family to get to and from employment and those sorts of things. And so I am reluctant to suggest 0.6 spaces would be appropriate here. And so initially, the motion was going to be to have it as one space per dwelling unit, similar to multi-unit housing. I know there's now been an amendment there with that, with 2 or more bedrooms being 1.25, but I think the same argument applies for those in affordable housing, that 1 in 4 may have a second vehicle, 2-parent, or a youth needing to access transportation and employment. And so I'd like to make the motion this evening, please, that affordable housing developments follow the same minimum number of parking spaces as multi-unit dwellings.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'll let staff get that together. So, in terms of some terminology, the administration provide the difference between affordable housing and multi-unit dwellings?
Through to your worship, pardon me, could you please repeat the question?
Okay, thank you. So I was just asking for clarification on terminology between affordable housing and multi-dwelling units.
Sure. To your worship and all of council, I guess the main term there is affordability, and a certain percentage of the units being offered at a rate that is below market. That is what would typically allow us to consider something to be an affordable housing development. The amount or the proportion that are affordable versus which are market does tend to fluctuate. A common industry standard would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 20% being provided, which are below market rate.
Thank you. And then in terms of that explanation, then how long does a building have to be affordable to comply? Is it for the lifetime of the building, or is it a 5-year, 10-year term, and then they can go back to market, which then I can see issues?
To your worship and all of council, I think you're suggesting a situation where we approve a certain rate, and then 50 years from now, perhaps they redevelop, but they were privy to a certain rate of parking in an old bylaw. I would suggest that, number one, those agreements that are in place with lenders are typically quite long-term. Any kind of assistance that they are being provided from any government agencies usually has quite a long contract in place. Additionally, you know, when we're looking that many years out, I think it's reasonable to say that that is beyond our line of sight to a degree, and that the needs of the community, you know, in the present day, are what we're looking at.
Thank you. Okay, so Councilor Anderson, the motion's on there. Does it look accurate?
To relocate the parking rates for affordable housing developments to align with multi-unit dwelling parking requirements. Yeah, I don't know if it needs to be in there, but multi-unit dwelling parking requirements as it's been amended this evening. So I don't know if that needs to be clarified, but that's what I would be speaking to, that it would be one parking spot for one bedroom and bachelor units, 1.25 for 2 bedrooms and up.
Yeah, Your Worship, thanks for the clarification from Councillor Anderson on the intent. That's the way we've chosen to word it. Just looking at the table 4.11A, just as we were sitting here, the simplest would be to just have affordable housing development flipped up to where it says multi-unit dwelling, which would trace the motion from 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago.
Okay. Are you ready to debate or no? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Anderson, did you want opening?
I think in some of my questions in my preamble, I guess,
I know, so
I spoke to that.
you were asking questions.
I will defer for debate, and then I'll have some comments at closing.
Okay, thank you. Then Councillor Laurie, go ahead with your questions, comments, and debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think in looking at this, I'm just wondering why we wouldn't just take affordable housing out. Because affordable housing doesn't necessarily have to be a multi-unit dwelling either. Affordable housing can be done in multiple different forms. If it's a matter of the intent is just to have any type of affordable housing development comply with whatever build form it is, I would just, if it's amenable, suggest maybe just a complete removal of the term affordable housing from the bylaw.
Certainly meets the intent of what I'm speaking to. I did hear from administration a few minutes ago that previously it lacked clarity, and that was the reason that it was added in. And so I'll just, as much as I agree with what you're putting forward, look to administration to see if that still provides the clarity that you're looking for around affordable housing units.
Go ahead.
To Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson, I think given the conversation that's taken place tonight, it would be very clear in interpretation which rate should apply.
All right, so I would be amicable to that amendment. I don't know if that needs to be an amendment or a friendly amendment, what that looks like, but I think even just removing it entirely with the understanding that that meets the parking requirements as stipulated would be sufficient to my intent.
Okay, so the motion, you would change that amendment to remove?
At the end of the day, we're stipulating that affordable housing developments would meet the same parking requirements as everywhere else, where currently in the draft, they are a reduced requirement, anywhere from 40 to a little bit better than 50%, and I want to remove that reduction. And so if that is easier to do just by removing, affordable housing development from here as a specific housing type, that works for me. If it works better for administration to group it into multi-unit dwelling but still have it specified, the intent that I'm bringing forward is met.
Okay, thank you. I think
so I guess I'll finish with, so procedurally, what makes the most sense I'm comfortable with both of those options.
yes, and I think the option would be to, for me, based on what I read here and what I've heard from administration and developers, is that because that there is, if we don't outline it, then it leads to interpretation. So if, as council, if we want to meet those requirements, then I think we should just put affordable housing development and then just a space beside it, or on the other side it says meets the whatever zoning is at. So there's no question about what parking requirements are required. Pardon?
Could that not just be an asterisk at the bottom of the chart?
It could be, but then we have to make a motion to remove it out because it's already in the bylaw.
All right, so, sorry, I'm going to jump in. Councillor Laurie took one for the team earlier. I'm just going to say, I'm going to leave it as it's been moved, and administration seems to agree with that. It sounds like there's potentially some consensus at the council table, and that will just allow us to move forward this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Hanser, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. I just want to go on record saying, I really don't like the idea that affordable housing would be singled out for less parking, but I think we need to be cautious when we're talking about this. In a number of years ago, people were applying for grants to build affordable housing, and then as soon as the building was completed, they sold it for massive profit, and they no longer were affordable. So the taxpayers of Canada, the taxpayers of Alberta, maybe even some where municipalities invested in affordable housing, found themselves having supported something that became a big profit-making venture for the person who built, the developer who built the building. So we turn around and we consider possibly reducing for affordable, and it's no longer affordable. And at any given time, multi-unit buildings can be sold. The only way that stays affordable is if they are forever rental units. Then they don't get sold for profit. So I'm not sure if that's another can of worms to discuss, but I think if we're going to move in the direction of putting this with multi-unit dwellings or buildings, that will cover it off, but the word affordable needs to come out of there because they don't always stay affordable unless they're rentals.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Hanser, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments on the motion? I'm a little confused and lost here because when we think about moving that, and I understand the premise of moving it, and I wholeheartedly agree with your comments and the notion, Councillor Anderson, but then it again goes back to the point that was raised by Councillor earlier. What if affordable housing is a detached dwelling or a semi-detached dwelling? So I think the best forward would be that doesn't get relocated, it gets its own line where it says parking requirements for affordable housing developments is to align with to match the dwelling type. So then it covers everything. So if affordable housing is rural housing development, then it has to match that dwelling type. If it's multi-dwelling, then it has to match that, and et cetera. So I think that provides more clarity for our staff and to our builders that I think the idea is to match the existing dwelling type. But that's how I'm seeing it. So I'm thinking if we do that, then how do we address the other one?
So I hear you. I will just, I guess, follow with, if you'd like to make an amending motion to do that, certainly we could have that conversation. I feel like we're well past a friendly amendment. We're pretty deep into this. So certainly, again, it achieves the intent of what I'm trying to do, but that would be up to you to put that on the floor.
Sounds good. You want to move it?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
I'll move that we amend the amendment to state that the affordable housing developments follow the parking requirements for the use of building or lot.
Through Your Worship, Councillor Laurie, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So in table 4.1.1.A, the column heading use of building or lot. So I would move that there be a line, affordable housing be moved to its own line, which states affordable housing developments shall follow the parking requirements stated in the use of building or lot in chart or in table 4.1.1.A.
My brain's functioning. That makes sense. Okay.
Yes, I think it makes, I think,
Scrambly here right now.
I think it makes sense, and I think it covers some of the conversation that was raised by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Anderson, and also in Councillor Laurie and myself in terms of how we're looking at this, and also addresses the issue that was brought up by administration of why they're singling this out is because that we did not have a prescribed parking requirements. So I think they're asking for that clarity, so when they meet with their developers to understand if it's a housing development, it has to meet the building law requirements. Okay, one comment, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I think, like you expressed, this provides some definition, which seems to be what was missing. I also want to encourage and remind our developers in particular, and remind our residents as well, variances can be issued. So while this is setting the standard, while this will be the standard in the land use bylaw, if we do have a particular project that moves forward, and they do have some type of maybe restriction or longevity plan or something that would show that this would be a affordable housing development for a long time, there is always the opportunity for the development authority, being the town, to issue a variance to reduce the required parking, which then, if a resident had a challenge with, they could appeal, it could go to SDAB. There is a process for affordable housing development still to have a smaller parking requirement. There's just a process that has to be followed for that. So it's not removing their ability, it's just the standard is set to be the same as everyone else. If there is a request for a reduction, there is a process for that.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. Any questions, comments, and debate on the amendment to the amend? See none, I will support the amendment of the amendment, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is passed. So Councillor Anderson, that amendment has altered your amendment, so now you take ownership of the new amendment. Okay, any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion to amend? Okay, see none, I do support it, and I think it's good in terms of cleaning up our land use bylaw, provide some clarity to our developers and members of council as well. Councillor Anderson for the close.
Councillor Laurie nailed it.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that amendment has been carried. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the time, it looks like we're getting close to our we're melting scenario. So in terms of our procedure bylaw, we need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. So if I can have that motion, where are we now?
She's the one who keeps bringing it up.
Just for that, I'm not going to go to Councillor Loynes for that.
All right, I want to move on here this evening, so I will make the motion that we extend past 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, we're past that, and we'll take a quick recess, and we'll come back and go back to our meeting. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Council is recessed, and we've passed the motion earlier to go past 10 o'clock, so we're going to continue on with our second reading. Members of council, what a great day it is to be part of town council. This is definitely what we do best in terms of governance and making sure that Stony Plain has always been uniquely Stony Plain, and we put our fingerprint on our developments going forward. Members of council, we've had quite a good conversation. Any more debate and amendments to change the land use bylaw proposals? Are we good? Should I look at my two sheets? I'm ready to go too, because I think I've
not leave, game on.
All right, administration, can you read the motion that was made by Councillor Pletchko like a decade ago?
Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2719/LUO/25 as amended, a bylaw to prohibit or regulate and control the use and development of land and buildings in the town of Stony Plain.
Thank you very much, members of council. The motion is on the floor. That was a little while ago, and thank you for, again, your conversation, you reading up on the proposed changes that administration has suggested for us in terms of our land use bylaw update. And thank you for the good conversation and the debate to make this ours. Councillor Pletchko, going to you as the mover. Any closing comments?
No, we've had lots of discussion on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pletchko. I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Moving on to third reading. So I went to you, I went to Councillor Hansard, so I'm going to Councillor Hansard. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make the motion, and then I'm going to make another motion.
Okay, sure.
Actually, must I make that motion?
You do not.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we defer third reading on this bylaw until June 9th. I believe, well, it's a late hour. We've talked about this a great deal this evening. We had amendments and amendments to amendments. And I do believe that we need to give ourselves a little bit of a breather. I hate that this might disappoint planning and development that put a lot of work into this. But I think that we need to pause, particularly around the fact that we took, I made a motion to defer, but you can't debate a motion to defer.
Yes, we can.
You can, okay, thank you. I just think that what we did previously may need to have a moment, and not that it was wrong, but it did give pause afterward that we might have now opened the gate, where at least before there was some restriction, we didn't like what originally came to us. And I just would like to not be put under that pressure again on third reading. I don't think we would debate it half to death like we did the first one, because we do feel like it's smooth sailing, but I think we need to have a pause. I'm asking till June 9th, because the next meeting we have is a GMP meeting. We won't make these decisions. And I will not be here for the third meeting. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor. Defer to June 9th to make this very important decision.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for your commentary. Members of council, I'll open the floor for comments and debate on the motion to defer.
Your Worship, if I may, but I believe that our procedural terminology is a motion to postpone.
Postpone, okay.
And Your Worship, respectfully, a motion to postpone is only debatable as to the date, not to the rationale.
Okay.
Or the rationale, so to speak.
Okay, so Councilor Hansard, so you want to postpone this for another date because you want to reread everything of the changes?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think what our CAO just said is we can't discuss the reason that we can only discuss the date.
I'm trying to understand the reason why you want to make that motion, so. Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship. So council is able to debate the time and date, as well as the advisability of the postponement. So the reasons
Okay.
that, the sensibility of moving that to another date.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity. So we're allowed to debate the time, the date, and the reason.
Mr. Mayor, with all respect, I think I did give a reason. But I'm happy to restate it if you wish.
No, I heard that unless the members of council.
Does anybody need a further explanation of the
I'll open up
reason?
to the floor for debate in terms of rolling, debating the time, the date,
Or the reason?
and the reason. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Placzko.
Curiosity as to why such a long time. This could be debated at the next council meeting very easily.
Would you like me to answer that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Well, we have a full council here, and I was part of the other vote. I suppose it could come back when I'm not here, but we don't pass these motions next council meeting. The meeting after that, I'm gone for just that one Monday. So I had respectfully asked for June 9th because I'm informed that's the next meeting after. Is that correct?
So our next council meetings are May 12th, May 26th, May 9th, and June 9th and June 23rd.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if we come back May 12th, that's GNP only.
No, May 12th is a regular council meeting.
Well, I'm happy to do it then. So I would alter my motion to read, coming back on May 12th.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the question for clarity and understand the reasons. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Placzko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through the administration. I'm wondering with this being, so we've already passed several motions, debated several things. By deferring this, this allows for open discussion. Is this discussable amongst each other away from council chambers, or is this something that needs to be kept to ourselves until the 12th of May?
No, I think it's discussable. Your Worship, yeah, I guess that was a hot mic there, but yeah, no, I would expect I would believe it would be discussable, so to speak. There would be no prohibition from discussion amongst council, community, so on and so forth.
Change to 2025 instead of 2024. Okay, any more questions, comments, debate? Okay, Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate you trying to get a little more clarity for all of us councils to get together and then review it on May 12th. However, I cannot support the motion to defer as this, or to postpone, as this was a public hearing to the public, and as you've known, sitting through many years on council with me and other and previous mayors, is that the public hearing is the only opportunity that residents get to speak publicly on a land use change. With this postponement, will allow the opportunity for other members of our residents and stakeholders to address on council that is not equally fair to everybody at the same time. So hence, that is why with all our public hearings. We do second and third reading the same evening of that, so we prevent any of political advocacy, changes of mind, because it's not fair for the overall residents of our community. So that is why I will not support this. If you would like to take a recess, and administration can draw up a list of all the amendments that were made, which ones passed, which ones did not, for council's clarity. Because I have my notes, and they are lots of notes. But if that's something that will allow council to make a little bit easier to understand what was going on, we can do that, but I will not support a postponement. Councillor Hansard, back to you to close.
A question before I do that. Mr. Mayor, I just want to be clear. We did have the public hearing. No one came here to speak. One letter that was from a developer organization representing 500 builders, developers, did submit a written submission with the public can see in our package. So we finished with the public hearing, which is where people speak. We had a massive amount of debate among ourselves with amendments and amendments to amendments. And so my request to postpone was about giving council in this final decision regarding this motion to pass this land use bylaw. You're saying this still applies to the public hearing,
Because we just,
and therefore, we would open the whole thing up again?
I'm saying that it's not fair for the process. So that gives opportunities of residents, other stakeholders to address individual councillors apart from sitting all together as one group, one body.
Okay, with
So
all,
that's very similar to when we have a public hearing and a member of council is not there for that public hearing, they cannot participate in the following debates.
I understand. If, with all respect to you, may I ask legislative services for back up on that opinion?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. So I would say the rules of procedure do not require that third reading is given at the same time as second reading. However, the comments that the mayor put forward could be considered from a perceptual basis of our residents.
So with all respect, Mr. Mayor, through to legislative services, could be a concern for perception. Is that enough to keep council from postponement?
Your Worship,
future-
respectfully, this is a debate and a matter for council to vote on. I wish to keep myself and staff out of supporting or taking away from any one particular councillor's debate.
Mr. Mayor, I was considering withdrawing the motion.
We can withdraw, or like if I've also mentioned, we can also ask for recess so that administration can draft a list of all the changes that were made so that all of council is okay with what we changed, because we did go through a lot. A couple motions did not go through, did not change. So for what I have in my tracking, I'll go over my tracking and maybe you can, but that's not right now, because right now you have a motion to postpone. So either I've offered you the opportunity to close, so you can close, you can withdraw, or I can call.
Mr. Mayor, I need clarification. That was what the previous question was about, clarification. I don't know that there would be anything gained to get an overall list of everything that was changed. The matter regarding the final vote that put this aside and removed any restrictions is what was at question for me.
If I may, I don't know procedurally what happens here, but am I allowed to call this to question? Like,
Yes.
I feel like
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Gave
That is-
some direction, and we've strayed from that. And so with all due respect to those that have spoken, I think we need to call the question.
Okay. So I'll call the question. All in favor of the postponement? Opposed? It's defeated. Thank you. Thank you, and I understand that there has been a lot of changes, and understand some of that. Going to third reading, that will move it over to Councillor Laurie now.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2719/LUO/25.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. The floor is open. Members of council for commentary, debate on third reading.
Are you going to give me the close, or do I need to make a comment now?
Go there.
General conversation, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
I think tonight we've debated this a lot. We've come to a lot of conclusions that will help administration move forward. This will come back in a year's time and we'll be able to review it. Maybe some of us will be here, maybe some of us won't be, but it will be given another opportunity to be relooked at. Sitting here tonight and listening to this all, lots of decisions were made, and I think they were really good decisions made, and I don't think we need to question what we've made for decisions, because if we do that going around and around and having the same conversation over and over, and we do enough of that. We don't really need to do that when we're doing a bylaw that can be back in a year's time. So I would encourage everybody to support this third reading and get this to administration so that we can get the bylaw out and into the public.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Fletchko. Any other comments and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I think there are certainly gray areas at times and things that we think may be black and white have such diverse perspectives. And the decision that was made this evening in no way is final, as has been mentioned by yourself. I think Councillor Laurie, Councillor Pletchko as well. Land use bylaw comes back to council every year for amendments, and certainly the next term, the council that's in these seats at that time will have a chance to weigh in based on the growth in our community, the changes in our community, the perspectives that we gain from the development that goes on in our community. And so certainly I think we made the right decisions for today, but that doesn't mean that's where it's going to sit forever, and look forward to seeing how this conversation around diverse housing options and hearing feedback from residents around zero lot lines and what that looks like. And so certainly appreciative of the conversation from my colleagues and the grace from staff to patiently answer our questions.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more comments, questions, and debate? Okay, so I will support the motion. So yes, there was definitely lots of conversation and in terms of fine-tuning the proposed changes by administration to make it uniquely ours, our council, this council. So for me, I have tracked the changes. So if everybody turns to page 331 to 476. So the track changes that have changed what was proposed by administration and after first reading and public hearing is definitely the down three-quarters of the way through is the zero lot lines. So that has been removed to, again, line with the previous land use bylaw. Okay. And moving down to the parking, there was a request for administration to change parking. Council changed that from one for every multi-unit dwelling back to one for every dwelling unit containing one or fewer bedrooms, and then 1.25 for 2 bedrooms or more. Okay. And on to the next page, I tracked that change as well, and that is for at the top of the page where there's 3 spaces per classroom for elementary schools, and that deals with parking and from 2, and then that was again changed back to 3. Okay. And the fourth change that I had documented that was not on the list is that the affordable housing dwelling units for parking, so that it would be aligned with the type of dwelling building type or lot usage. So that clarified, and those are the 4 amendments that actually changed what administration was recommending to us. That is what I have in my notes. That's what I recall. Members of council, if I missed something, please add that in and correct that. If not, that is what I recall to the changes. Councillor Laurie for close.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I want to express my appreciation to both administration and colleagues on council for this coming forward. Obviously, the land use bylaw is probably one of our largest bylaws that we have. It's incredibly complex. It has a ton of different verticals in which we can discuss and debate and consider changes and so on and so forth. It's also why we touch it as often as we do, and appreciate the fact that that is brought forward as often as it is. As we know, many of our bylaws follow a 4 or 5 year cycle, and we may be hands off on them for quite some time, and by the time they come back, they can have some massive swings in how we see them. I will stay aligned with my vote in second reading in voting against the land use bylaw, and it's not for any disagreement necessarily in the discussions that have been had, and once the vote is cast, I am happy to support the direction of council in respect to the bylaw, but I do want to stand firm on the fact that when we consider our zero lot line development, we are looking at restrictions in place that just seem to not be equitable with other housing types and build forms, and they seem misaligned in respect to the comparison to other housing types and build forms that we have approved in the community and allowed to go forward in the community. In my opinion, it seems like over-governance and over-regulation of zero lot line on an overabundance of caution for something that I think we have already taken a very well-measured approach for. And while we haven't necessarily seen the result of that, I'm confident in the future vision of the result of that. I also am challenged in respect to the discussion that we continue to have in regards to the zero lot line feedback. There is no plan in place for feedback. There is no requirement in place for feedback. There is no process in place for feedback. The zero lot line was referred to at times as a pilot project. Again, no pilot project was ever established. The only thing that exists is the land use bylaw requiring developers to bring zero lot line plans forward for council's approval. They just cannot be approved by the Development Authority. And this evening, we had an opportunity with restrictions that were proposed by administration to move forward with an actual threshold, with a tolerance level, with a general understanding and agreement of what could move forward without having to come back to council that would, again, provide a measured approach within the community. In my opinion, by continuing in the way that the land use bylaw was written, really all we're doing is just kicking it down the road, and we're leaving it open to potential oversight issues with the pending municipal election in the fall. If there happens to be a complete turnover of 7 seats on this council in the fall, you may have 7 new voices around this table that do not have the history that those currently sitting around this table do have. And I feel we had an opportunity this evening as council to set a good precedence for going forward in the community, which would have given future councils, future elected bodies here, at least a guideline as to where we sat based on the experience we've had over the past 3.5 to 7.5 to however many total yourselves and Councillor Hansard have. So again, I really appreciate all the debate this evening. I really appreciate the work that's gone forward. With the vote this evening, I'm happy to support the direction of council once the vote is cast. My level of concern is not as such as I would be hurt or feel very disappointed. But I do feel that I will stay strong in voting against this bylaw, as I do feel that the restrictions that are put in place and the opportunity that was presented to go forward is a missed opportunity, and we should have moved that. So appreciate the opportunity to close. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I'll call the question. All in favor of third reading of the bylaw 2716/LUO/25 and as amended? 2719. Yeah, it is getting late. 2719/LUO/25 as amended. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. That finishes our bylaws. Moving on to business items. We're moving on to 9.1. This is the 2024 Town of Stony Plain Audited Financial Statements. Go ahead, Administration.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Earlier this evening, you heard from our audit partner, Phil Dirks, from Metrics Group, and had the opportunity to ask questions. We now ask per MGA Section 281 that Council accepts the financial statements as presented. Subsequent to approval, the subsequent to approval, the approved financial statements will be submitted to the province by April 30th for the annual submission process, including the financial information return.
Thank you much. Appreciate the little commentary. I know at 5 o'clock we've had the presentation, and now we're looking at 10:30. So is there any additional questions and comments regarding the 2024 Town of Plain financial audit statements? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I know it's late, but I had these percolating since we had the presentation. Just quickly, page 382, specific to Schedule 5, the golf course. Looks like our budgeted expenses and our actuals were between $200,000 and $300,000 in terms of a variance there. And just looking for just a quick explanation from administration on the extra cost.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, administration. I had that flagged as well. Go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson. Certainly, if you look at the revenue line is actually more than what we budgeted also. So the cost to provide that extra 33,000 rounds that we had last year in terms of chemical and staffing is the majority of that.
Okay, certainly the question comes from when we see a deficit on the golf course there. Now, I know recreation can be subsidized by a municipality, but certainly is a number that I like to see on the other side without running that deficit. So just a quick comment there. My second question is page 391, or actually, sorry, Mr. Mayor, may I go to my second question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hopefully we can rapid fire these and get through them. Just looking at the asset retirement obligations. This was spoke to a little bit by Mr. Dirks earlier. There is, looks like a balance of 826 that comes in, I believe, as money owed or expense, but it says the town has not designated assets for settling the abatement activities here. And so just looking for some quick clarity, that's money that we're sort of anticipating having to pay out for remediation around mold, lead, mercury, asbestos, upwards of close to $1 million creeping up there. So just looking for some comments from the town on, how do we anticipate footing the bill to remediate those properties when the time comes.
Go ahead, Mr. Shade.
Your worship, I will certainly speak to that. I will just jump back a little bit to the golf course too. I just would point out that the expenses in that particular, on the financial statements, include amortization. And as such, the golf course, without the amortization, and I will add, I can have the manager of finance provide some, further detail to this via email in short order. It did display a functional surplus in that they had the ability to provide a bit of a reserve transfer, I believe, but did not operate in a deficit so much as that there was no tax subsidization going directly into the golf course in the 2024 year.
Appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can, like I said, we'll have our manager of finance maybe provide a bit further detail to that one. Asset retirement obligation, I think as our auditor indicated, this is a relatively new side of things. So I think it is fair to say that, as these are now hitting financial statements, there'll be more of a focus or more of a specific understanding about how do these kind of roll out, and what do we do about it or not do about it, or do we just allow, when we get to the point of removing those that asbestos, as I think it indicates the majority thereof, we would just be cost remediating that. Typically, frankly, at the time when we went to it, I know there are different times where some of our facilities we've had to make some remediation that way, and it's funded at that time through whether it's capital budgets, grant funding, so on and so forth. I'll stop there on that note, but now maybe just to go a little bit perspective as to some of the rationale as to why this is put out there, is simply to understand that municipalities do have these future obligations and should be required to, in some way, shape, or form, clearly plan for that. Up until it came in as a public sector accounting thing, we did have knowledge of and consideration for these liabilities. Certainly, having it attached to the financial statements does make it more real and more significant.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up then. So the comment of we have not designated assets made me wonder if there was an expectation there that we do designate assets, set money aside for that remedial work. What I'm hearing is that, we're aware there's an estimated cost that will get rolled into the project cost as that goes on. We don't need to be setting aside reserve dollars for that abatement for municipal property.
Is that?
Yeah, Your Worship, and to the rest of council, I would say that that's a reasonable perspective to take now. I would also, general expectation would be that as we become more familiar, more specific with this aspect of our financial statements, I would expect administratively we will begin to plan. And you may see council, future council 2 or 4 years from now, so to speak, might see something moving into the corporate plan indicating money getting put aside for future asset retirements and stuff.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I did have one more, I think, quick one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Same page, just looking at item number 9 here, long-term debt. I believe this is debt or debentures that are already incurred, not looking at future debentures. And so just looking for some clarity here, the numbers between 2028, from now till 2028 are relatively stable. And then in 2029, there's a considerable jump there in terms of principal repayment. And so just looking for some clarity there as to what's happening. Why are we looking at an extra $1.4-ish million in principal payments that are due from 2028 till 2029?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, appreciate that question, and I would probably just want to defer to our Manager of Finance to provide some specifics on that. Again, those are I don't believe they're entirely anticipated. Meaning if they're in the financial statements, I believe they should be relatively trackable. It might just be when some of our projected projects and the cash flow timings are set to start incurring. Your Worship, though, I'll just make sure that we get that clarified and provided directly.
Thank you for that. And if I may, I do know I've heard from a number of residents over the last little while here that they feel sort of left out of the loop when things are from administration offered back at a different time, whether through an email or otherwise. And so if someone has a question about that particular item, is there a way that they could contact the town and receive a similar to a response what council might hear? Certainly, I know we can do that, but it is something that has come up in conversation.
Yep. Good point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. From time to time, we will defer to a follow-up, so to speak, and provide that to council. And just acknowledging that from time to time, some residents may wish to hear further. I know we could, our legislative services business unit is available to, provide insight or clarification from stuff that is directly spoken about in the council meeting. So in the event that someone has an interest in something that was said to be followed up on, we would ask them to contact legislative services, at which time we would be able to sort that answer through.
Perfect, thank you. And that's it for me on this one.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Members of council, any other questions, comments for clear understanding? Okay. Seeing none, definitely yes, on behalf of our community and members of council, thank you to our administration for the work that they've done in terms of keeping our financial records in good shape, as according to the auditor. There's no issues or thoughts of fraud or anything that's inconsistent, nothing major, which is really good. And again, like I said, he sounds like a broken record. Like every time he comes and does the audit, the town's in good financial standing. Definitely we can have more reserves and and more other things, like everybody wants something new and something shiny, and sometimes we can't do that. And I think members of council has been very cognizant of that and make sure that we do not spend beyond our means and make sure that we build our community in a way that is fiscally responsible, but also then also provide those same services and amenities to the residents. And I think it shows really well in terms of what we've done. And over the last few audits that we've had, everything is on track. Definitely we can't foresee some major black swan event, but I am confident that our staff will be able to handle those events if they ever do come up, and I'm sure that our residents and our council will also be ready to take those events on as well. So with that, there is Councillor Meyer for the motion, please. I know it's back to you now. Holy cow, eh? It was a long time before it came back around.
It's been a while. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Town of Stony Plain audited financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2024 for information.
All right, now this is getting late. Is it 24 or 25? Just call the question. All in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. Okay, move on to 9.2. Which is the development incentive policy. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and colleagues. I'm here presenting the development incentive policy, previously known as the commercial, industrial, and multi-unit residential infill policy. I'm recommending that Town Council adopt the development incentive policy C-CAO-067 as presented and repeal the commercial, industrial, and multi-unit residential infill policy C-CAO-052. Tonight's presentation will include a brief background on the current policy, an overview of the changes proposed, highlights of the types of incentives, and an overview of the eligibility criteria. The proposed updates aim to address the scheduled legislative process outlining a review of the policy every 4 years, review and checkup of how this policy aligned with new or updated town strategies and plans, the Housing Accelerator Fund grant initiative, and a fulsome review to resolve gaps and opportunities found in the current policy. The infill policy originated in 2015 and was last updated in 2021 and is before you for the 2025 legislative review. The policy has evolved over time since its inception in 2015 with the ultimate intent to encourage investment and address barriers in the development projects through financial and non-financial support. The review of this policy was identified in the town's Housing Accelerator Fund grant to create a comprehensive framework that addresses barriers to development. Administration undertook a policy review process with the goal of improving the utilization and effectiveness of development incentives to attract and retain commercial, residential, and industrial development. Through this process, a jurisdictional best practice reviewed Canadian municipalities to see what incentives are offered and examples of incentive programs across a broad range of regulatory and economic environments. Stakeholder engagement was also undertaken to gather direct input from developers, landowners, industry professionals, and other key stakeholders within Stony Plain's development community. Since the policy's last update in 2021, several town strategies and plans have been updated and new ones created that include recommendations that align with the intention of the incentive policy. Most of the updates were in relation to improving clarity and making the policy easier to understand. The title change with text updates are to ensure the content reflects how the policy is currently being used and the policy's intent and direction. The current incentives classification framework was refined to ensure better clarity and greater functionality. Additional changes, including incorporating other land development practices that incentivize development currently offered by the town but weren't clearly outlined in the policy. And the eligibility was updated by replacing the map with specific criteria to allow for greater flexibility and applicability to align with strategic focus areas. This slide outlines the incentives that have been grouped into 3 categories: direct financial, indirect financial, and non-financial. The development application fee rebate is an incentive that allows for the reimbursement of all or a portion of the applicable development application fees. The goal is to reduce upfront costs for development and encourage investment. Approval for a rebate is determined based on the type and the impact of the project and will be offered on a case-by-case basis as resources are available. The modified development charge payment conditions is an exemption, reduction, or deferral for a development charge. Adjustments may be considered based on the offsite levy bylaw and the offsite levy policy. This can help alleviate financial pressure by deferring or restructuring upfront payments. The reduced security requirement is an incentive that reduces the amount of security funds required for a project. Development security is typically held to ensure compliance with conditions and agreements. Any reduction would be in line with the development agreement security policy. Expedited application processing is one of the most valuable incentives for developers, as time to market is always the urgency. This measure ensures priority review of land development applications to reduce processing time. By accelerating approvals, projects can move forward more efficiently. Flexible land use development regulations. In certain cases, there are allowances for flexibility in select land use bylaw and other development requirements. The flexible land development regulations allows for adjustments to zoning or design standards to better accommodate a project's needs. The eligibility criteria has been updated to support projects directly related to business development within the Highway 16A and the Highway 628 development corridors, as well within key business sectors including manufacturing, agribusiness, logistics and professional services, and shopping, dining, and arts. Additionally, eligibility extends to infill projects within the Old Town Community Plan boundary, specifically for redevelopment of brownfield sites and intensification projects that incorporate additional dwellings or stories. The Growth and Commerce Committee and the Planning Advisory Committee received an overview of the policy and are supportive of the policy coming before Council tonight. Should the policy receive Council approval, administration will begin drafting the supporting administrative procedure along with a communication plan to effectively share the details of this update. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your presentation, and definitely like seeing the report, and again, the evolution of our infill policy, which was originally just commercial, and then it changed to commercial and industrial, and then changed to commercial, industrial, and high density. And now with our studies and the highway strategy plan and different plans that we've done over the years to have this kind of come back to change it to be all-inclusive. So thank you for that, the work. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding on the presentation? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Administration, for the presentation. Just through you to Administration, I just want to confirm in the on the slide on page 427, slide 9, I think it is, the flexible land development regulations. It talks about variances broadened to consider more types of variances beyond setbacks, parking, and engineering. I just want to confirm those variances would still be eligible to be appealed by a resident, a concerned business owner, et cetera, that would still then come back before the SDAB, or are these variances that we would grant that would not be appealable?
Go ahead.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie. I may ask the General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to support me on this answer, but any variance that is provided to a development would go through that regulatory process for like appeals. So yeah, I think that would be supported as you're describing, if you have anything to add.
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you for the question, Your Worship and Council. The Manager of Economic Development is correct. It would follow our standard process related to variances, how they would be, how the notices would be distributed all the way through if there were needs to go to SDAB or reviewed the variances appropriately.
Excellent, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a question so much as I wanted to just point out something that I was fairly impressed with. Total website, this is on page 6 of that report, or page 437 of our council package.
Councillor Hanser, Deputy.
Am I ahead of myself?
We're not on 437.
Then I will pause.
Okay, we're still on 9.2.
Sorry about that, I got ahead of you.
Yeah, and sometimes we do that and get excited to see what's on there. Okay, any other members of council have questions for clear understanding on 9.2, the development incentive policy? Oh, you have one? Okay. No, thank you for this. And then I think with the review date is 2029. So if this thing needs to be reviewed sooner, is there a possibility, or are we stuck to that date?
Yes, Your Worship, to answer your question, I believe any policy can be brought back to council for review at any time as per the request.
Okay, thank you.
Or need.
Right. I see no more hands up, so let's move it on to Councillor Loynes for the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. That Town Council adopt the Development Incentive Policy C-CAO-67 and repeal the Commercial, Industrial, and Multi-Residential Policy C-CAO-052.
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Just a very quick comment. Certainly appreciate all the work that yourself and your team have put into this. It certainly can seem anticlimactic at times when all the work goes into it. You come into council and there's not a ton of questions, but I think that speaks to the work that's done and what's before us in terms of some really positive steps being taken in the policy today. So thank you for your time and thank you for being here. I will add a quick comment. Certainly there are some items here around reduced security requirements that led to quite a conversation with the GCC committee around the level of risk that opened up the town to, and certainly those were things that administration was very mindful of, and I can speak for myself. I believe the others on GCC, but walked away feeling confident in what's being offered to the development community and confident in the risk mitigation steps that are being taken to ensure that the town's assets are well looked after. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you for comments, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Okay, members of council, looking at the time and looking at what we have next, I would definitely suggest that we can defer items 9.3, 9.4 to the May 5th GMP. I suppose those are just reports, and usually we get a good understanding of what's happening. There's no motions really come out of there to direct administration. So if that's a go, Councillor Peshko, I'll ask you to make that motion.
Happy to make that motion. I'll move that Town Council postpone business items 9.3 and 9.4 to the May 5th, 2025 Governance and Priorities meeting.
Thank you. Any debate on the motion? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And that ends our business items for tonight. So moving on to number 10, which is council discussion. Moving on, this is the area that we allow members of council to update the rest of council or members of administration on concerns, issues that may be happening on your boards and committees, or what we hear from our residents. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, sorry. Thank you very much. I just wanted to point out, I had a concern brought to my attention about the area of greenbelt around the West Terra Pond. The town had put some considerable work into cleaning that up, getting rid of underbrush, and making it look beautiful, and a resident just asked if there was a way we could bring that area back to having some attention paid to it. It's getting kind of run down again. The other thing is that we've had, saw the street sweepers out, and I've had several people comment, it seemed like we had an awful lot of gravel and so forth left from winter on the roads, so they really appreciated in some neighborhoods. I think there was a double, more than a double, there was a triple pass through to get all the gravel up. So thank you to Public Works, and if that would be passed on to them, we know they're trying to do a good job, and my street is beautifully clean.
Thank you, Deputy. Anything else?
No, we have Farmers' Days around the corner, a month away, but there's a lot happening in between, and that's all.
Okay. Thank you. Move on to Councilor Pletchko.
Nothing for this evening, thank you.
Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention that tomorrow is the World Wish Foundation. It celebrates the anniversary of the founding of the Make-A-Wish. And it is for all the chapters and affiliations that come together to reflect on how many wishes have actually been able to come true. If those who don't know, the Make-A-Wish Foundation is for those that are not going to be with us for very much longer, and it is just to give them a final something to celebrate. So that day is very important in my eyes. As well as on Sunday, we are having the Missing Murdered Indigenous People Day, and you wear red, and there will be a walk that starts from the South Business Park off 43rd Ave and 28th Street, and we'll be walking along 16A and finishing at the Sky Dancer and Culture Center. And that is at noon on Sunday.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilor Loyens. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to extend gratitude to a local group of individuals who have worked with the manager of Community and Protective Services quite closely. I know members of council have had some involvement as well, and that's on our very own disc golf course, now come to be known as the Dog Rump Creek course. There were about 15 individuals from the region that were out, I believe with some town support, putting in tee boxes for the disc golf course, so some wooden tee boxes with some covering on there, some green turf to help that course be a little bit more playable. And so certainly a group that has invested a considerable amount of time and energy in our community. I've had the privilege of being out there a few times with them to try the course, and it's been encouraging to see how individuals are actually coming out from other areas around the Parkland area, region, coming out from Edmonton and so on to use that course. And so certainly appreciate all that's gone into there, to the General Manager of Community Protective Services and his team. I think there was some Public Works staff in there as well. So really a team effort to add an amazing amenity to our community. And so gratitude and appreciation to all of those individuals. And if it's something you're interested in, they're starting a new league in the community as well every Monday night. And so we can't be there because we're here, but certainly something that members of the community can participate in.
Okay, thank you for that, and definitely I've had the opportunity to learn a little bit about disc golf, and definitely it's harder than you think when you're trying to do that.
But accessible to everyone.
Yes, it is. That's good. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just three quick things, 2 questions of administration that can just be answered by email. within the week or so would be fantastic. There was a mention of street sweeping. I just double checked. I still don't see a residential sweeping schedule. Just wondering if we can get a little bit of a heads up on when that may be released and when residential cleaning is scheduled to begin and potentially be completed by. Also looking to see if we can get a bit of a briefing or an update in regards to a couple of the incidents that have occurred downtown. We obviously had a very concerning incident of a gentleman walking down the street in downtown with a machete that caused some damage to a couple local businesses. We had an incident here at the front of Town Hall that I've noticed that I haven't heard much about. And so it just seems we're seeing a bit of an uptick and an increase in the downtown area of some challenges. I've heard of some challenges at the library as well. I'm not sure if the library representative has, but again, just wondering if we can maybe get a little bit of an update briefing on how things are going there and what we may know and what may be going on about that. And then the only other thing is I just wanted to highlight the release of our summer session lineup. Our summer session concert series continues to impress over and over and over again, and this year appears to be another fantastic season, which I anticipate, as long as the weather cooperates, we will break our records again. So very, very well done to administration on that. Looking forward to that this year, as I'm always looking forward to all of our events. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Move on to Councilor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess just on behalf of council, I'd like to maybe extend our condolences to the Filipino community in Vancouver that suffered, by the sounds of it, a terrible tragedy at the hands of a mental health sufferer, which is unfortunate, and but it does raise, as Councillor Hansard mentioned, we do have Farmers' Days coming up, and maybe if administration could speak to if there's any security issues, or not issues, I should say, security measures that we would consider with groups forming in a similar manner here, if that raises a concern for us at all.
Okay. Thank you. That's good commentary.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, certainly any time you have a large event of any magnitude, there's potential. Definitely, I don't want to divulge too much, but we do have a large group of enforcement team down at Heritage Park throughout the entire event. So if something was to happen, there's a pretty rapid response that will happen. With respect to a similar situation that happened in Vancouver, there's enough traffic backing up vehicles accessing the site. We also do have a checkpoint to limit the vehicles coming to the site, and they have to have a permit. So I don't think from a vehicle perspective that might be a potential. Perhaps there is a concern with the number of people that are walking back and forth between the event grounds and to the parking areas that they do, as people perhaps moving some of our events, like we do have to relocate the pancake breakfast this year because the museum grounds are not available. So perhaps that relocation will mitigate some of the traffic going back and forth. But certainly there's a heavy presence of enforcement during that weekend, and it seems to be a low-key event for the most part. Also, the Kinsmen hire their own security team too for on-site security. So I do believe there's a lot of enforcement and a lot of eyes watching for events of this nature.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else?
Appreciate it. Yeah, I just, and I'm just curious, maybe through you to our official flag expert, I noticed we have our flags flying at half-mast, and I was curious why.
Okay. I think there's 2 reasons. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The town did lower our flags over the weekend in recognition of the funeral of the Pope. And today it was part of a national day of mourning for, I believe, I can't remember the exact words, workers injured or killed during work. I forget the official name of that. Someone can help me out, but it's 2 different things, one on the weekend and one today.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much, and comes to me. Definitely just wanted to highlight that this whole week, is the Smile campaign going on at Tim Hortons, and the funds that are raised in our community will go support the Westview Health Foundation, which does a lot in our community in terms of mental health, is also providing apparatuses and stuff in our community to support the Westview Health Center. So if you have the opportunity, please go ahead and support Tim Hortons' Smile Cook campaign. And if you would like to make me smile, I take 6 dozen cookies at once. Not just kidding. I'll just take 6 if you have extra cookies. And with that, that ends my council discussion. Move on to number 11, which is council closed session. We do not have any closed meeting discussions tonight. Moving on to number 12, which is adjournment. So that ends our meeting. So on behalf of council and the residents, thank administration for bringing forward the agenda and getting it ready. And definitely thank you to our planning staff for the land use bylaw updates and members of council. This is truly what we do in our community, is to make issues and things that are brought back to council truly ours. You see the amount of conversation, debate, and amendments that happened to adjust and align land use bylaw to what we feel is comfortable in our own community. And I think that bodes well for our residents going forward, is that members of council have the eye on the community and trying to make that balance of growing community, keeping it small town, and also understanding that we continue to need to provide those amenities and services for our community. It's seen throughout our land use bylaw and then also our financial updates, is that we have good footings in the community, and thank you to the leadership of council and also the leadership of our administration. So that, we are adjourned. So thank you.